I know I play this one a lot, but it really is perhaps one of my favorite gospel songs, unironically. Um, yeah. All right. We don't need commercials there. And in fact, now we will be switching to the live cam. Yep. Uh, so today I am sporting my new Tree of Life medallion, right? This is a symbol that has great meaning in many different religions. In the Christian faith, it is symbolic for Christ himself, and it has various other meanings like the tree in Eden. Uh, in Mormonism, it has an even deeper meaning than that. But today we are here to discuss uh, why I was fired. Now, there's a lot of rumors and a lot of shenanigans, and I do have a bit of bad news relating to that, but we'll get to that at the end, right? We'll get to that at the end of this because right now, we're here to spread the good news of Jesus Christ. Right now, I'm here to show proof that I am a true Christian. Now, I told you I framed this and put it on my wall. And I did. This is my termination letter right here. Now, I'm going to change some of the names here. But other than that, this is, let me just see what I need to cover up here, right? No, I don't think I need to cover up any thing here, right? See, now, this, this here covers exactly why they fired me. Now, I'm not a perfect person. I am not the ideal Mormon. I'm not the ideal Christian. But that's not why they fired me. They didn't fire me for any of that. In fact, that's why they hired me. Realistically, they had me doing a bunch of shit that wasn't up to code because they're not up to code. But I'm not here to get into that, right? But I did exactly as they told me to. They were completely happy with my service up until, well, they found out, lo and behold, I actually believe in the religion I espouse. Well, anyway, let's get through this, right? Because I know a lot of people think I was fired or hiding some shit. I ain't. I ain't. I give you a better look at this, except for some shit I'm going to give you in a minute. You notice the mask, right? Well, that's not for COVID. We'll get into that. We'll get into that. But I want this read, right? Employee name. Now, y'all can find my real name, but I'm not going to say it. There's no point wearing a mask and then saying my real name. If you want my real name, it's out there. My docs is out there, right? But my employee name, for the purposes of this, again, names will be changed. Employee name, Mormon Shaggy. Employee location, San Francisco. Date of hire. I'm not going to give you that information. Date of corrective action. Uh, this happened for. No, I don't know if I should give you that information, but there's also the date of corrective action rather, is listed here, right? Type of violation, right? The options are attendance, tardy, early quit, willful damage to company property, inappropriate behavior, unsatisfactory performance, insubordination, and violation of company policies. Now, the only two boxes here, and I want you to be able to see that, the only two boxes here are inappropriate behavior, I think, and violation of company policy. Wait, it was inappropriate behavior, right? So if it had been anything else, anything other than those two boxes would have been marked. And I probably just doxed the shit out of myself, but I don't care. Don't care. Not an issue right now. Not an issue. Today, I am proving that I am righteous, that I am in the right. And the proof is right here. The proof is right here. Okay? So, date of incident, 4/5/2019. 2022 and 4/6/2022. Who cares, right? Time of incident. This is important. During the training. Description. On 11/20/21, it was reported that Mormon Shaggy had made inappropriate comments and jokes at the expense of gay men. He was coached by his manager. Okay, this is an outright lie. This did not happen. On 11/20/21, I told a fellow Mormon that we consider the Book of Mormon to be superior to the Old Testament. Um, a fellow coworker who I will simply refer to as rat-faced bitch. Well, rat-faced bitch decided that no, in fact, the Book of Mormon. Well, basically, she told me and the other Mormon that no, the Book of Mormon isn't holier than anything else. And later, when we were discussing the crucifixion of Christ, she interrupted us and told us that in fact Jews had not killed Christ, Romans had. Well, rat-faced bitch, unfortunately in the Mormon church, it's our prophet that tells us things like who killed Christ, right? It's not up for debate. It really isn't. But I didn't press that issue. I ignored it. But later, you know, rat-faced bitch and, let's see, what should I call the other one? Bloated rat, right? No. Bloated weasel. He's more of a weasel. This fat, bloated weasel and this rat-faced bitch, they come in, right? And they sit me down. They sit me down. And they start harassing me about my faith. They start basically telling me that even if I believe it's true, I can't say that, even if I'm talking to other Mormons, I can't say that Joseph Smith truly was a prophet of God, because some people consider him a rapist. And, they were sure to remind me that Mormons supported the Nazis, which is just historically inaccurate. It was just there was no joke about gay men. That never happened. You know, rat-faced bitch and bloated weasel. And that's not a dox. That's not their real name. Her mom didn't name her rat-faced bitch. His dad didn't name him bloated weasel. So there's no telling who I'm talking about there. You will never know who I'm talking about there, right? But these two individuals were harassing me over my faith. I never made jokes about gay people. I would have been fired immediately. Let's be clear here. You'll see what I was fired for, right? So this is the first line. We're going to dismantle that. We're going to take that apart, right? Strictly apart. So Jeffrey was coached on the appropriate words to use when addressing transgender individuals. As a result, was assigned 2 mandatory training on April 5th and 6th, 2022. Actually, I was told that though it was mandatory, it was not a punishment and it was not punitive. That's on video. They do have that on video of them telling me it was not a punishment. And there is no written record of this because I never received any written record of any sort of, punitive. This is the only corrective action form I ever got. I never got any other employee corrective action forms. That's important, right? They never warned me. They did not tell me because this first thing just didn't happen. There were no gay jokes made at the expense of gay men or women or anything. They would have fired me immediately. Let's be clear here. They fired me for confusing the word twink and trap and transsexual and transgender. Had I made anything even resembling a joke at the expense of gay people, they'd have fired me right then. Right? During these 2 meetings, it was reported by several attendees and the employees, the training employees, that's not me stuttering. There's a spelling error in here. That's how competent these people are, right? That Jeffrey made several inappropriate and disrespectful comments that made the participants and staff feel uncomfortable. These comments violate the standard of work conduct policy, right? And they include suggesting that people only attend the Pride Parade because it's a fad, similarly to those who attended Hitler's Nazi parades. Comparing the LGBTQ individuals to Hitler or Hitler's parades is grossly inappropriate. You know what else is grossly inappropriate? comparing the Nazi Party to a fad. I think that's pretty inappropriate. I think the people who were killed by the Nazis might call it a bit more than a fad, right? And anyway, what I actually said was that you can't judge a person by what they claim to believe in. You cannot judge a person for what they claim to hold as their values, because evil people are not going to twiddle their mustache and goes, I'm on team bad guy. I'm here to get you. No, that's not how bad guys act. Bad guys cloak themselves in a swath of liberty and good intentions, right? Villains want to look like the good guys. Good guys want to be left the fuck alone. Heroes, true heroes, are reluctant heroes because no one wants to do the shit a hero is going to have to fucking do, right? So what I actually said there is just because these people march in a parade for something you agree with doesn't mean they're good people, okay? Many of those people, had they been born in a different time and place, would have gladly marched for Hitler just because, that was at the time something people would applaud. And I stand by that. And you know what? I will say this, the people who fired me and stole my home are much more like Nazis in the sense than anything I have done, right? Like, they've justified that. They did act like Nazis. They literally discriminated against me for my religion after giving me abuse about my religion for months. The abuse Surfer gives me for being a Mormon is like gentle prodding compared to some of the shit these people would put me through. Okay? Stating that Mormons are not supportive of LGBTQ individuals and that they are not safe around Mormons. It is not appropriate because this statement only increases stereotypes and is not reflective or an inclusive environment that UC is trying to provide for our youths. Well, UC is not the Mormon church, and I am in the Mormon church, and no, we're not a safe or positive environment for gay people. If you're gay and you're in the Mormon church, it's going to be a severely psychologically fucked up experience for you. And in fact, the class goes out of its way to tell you that by featuring a whole 40-minute video on how fucked up it is to be a gay Mormon and how mean Mormons are to gay people. So my opinion is the Mormon church a safe place for gay people? Physically? No, they might get their asses kicked, right? There's a lot of people in there who are not going to, who are, yeah, they might do that. Okay, I know, I go there. Is it a mentally healthy place for them to be? No. No, if they believe that being gay is healthy, the worst fucking place they could be on the planet is somewhere like the Latter-day Saints Church. And I'm saying that as a member of the Latter-day Saints Church, okay? Let's be fucking real here. Anyway, was shown an image of Jonathan Van Ness, a gay actor. Mormon Shaggy loudly interrupted the meeting, stating that the image was blasphemous. The point of this training was to learn to be more accepting of LGBTQ, LGTBQ, and I don't know if that's a typo or if they changed it, individuals, because many people are often rejected by their churches. His outburst directly contradicted the point of the training. Well, your training directly contradicted the point of my religion, okay? Because this image was not of Jonathan Van Ness. It was an image that anyone can find, which I will bring up now. Switching to display capture. Right, let's see that image of Jonathan Van Ness, right? I don't know how to spell your name. Anyway, so this is him, right? But what happens when you do this, right? You add that, we get this shit, right? Now, there's a lot of them here, but specifically, oh, it's right here. Here's what I was forced to look at in the class. Wow. Wow, so I'll leave that there. You know, I'm going to actually save that image as blasphemy because it might be good for later. And I'm sending it to my lawyer. But yeah, this was exactly what it was. Here's the text and everything. I was worried I was only going to be, but this is what I was forced to look at. And this is what I objected to. Now, making sure we're live and I'm not sitting here yelling at myself, annoying the shit out of my father in the other room, I'm sure. And again, I want to express my gratitude to my father for letting me stay here. And we see that indeed I have not fucked up the stream this time. Even if my skills at using this lack of mouse are somewhat inadequate. Here's the chat, which I will not be addressing right now. Oh no. Oh no, he's neglecting the chat. But chat always wins. Chat always wins, guys. No. No, this is Shaggy time. I'll address the chat after I'm done ranting. After I'm done proving my point here. And I'm tired of looking at this. I didn't want to look at this during the training. I hope I never see it again. But we're shutting that on down. And we are switching back now to, you know, if I can get my mouse to work. Thank you. Satan doesn't like me doing this. So we are going to switch over to display capture. There we go. And we're back. So that was the image of, and I'm just going to read that again. Was shown an image of Jonathan Van Ness, a gay actor. Mormon Shaggy loudly interrupted the meeting, stating that the image was blasphemous. The point of this training, too, was learn to be more accepting of LGBTQ individuals because many people are often rejected by their churches. His outburst directly contradicted the point of the training. So I guess they were getting tired when they wrote that because they got 2 spelling errors there. Finally, and this is just the crown jewel. We were having a discussion about diversity and shit, and I can't remember what someone said that spurred this response from me, but Mormon Shaggy stated that it was demographically unlikely that black people in this country were Jewish and that the most Jewish black people are from Africa. This statement creates further stereotypes about this group of people. Now, there were a lot of spelling errors here that I just didn't want to read because of how horrendous they were. But what they were trying to say is that I basically said most Jewish people who are black are part of a specific group that's in Africa. I got that from National Geographics. So I want you all to know, apparently National Geographics is an alt-right, evil sort of like Nazi magazine. The National Geographics. It must be like, that must be code for National Socialist Geographics. It's National Socialists, and they're doing geographics for the new Reich. And we have to be aware of and afraid of it. Come on. Give me a fucking break. Well, now for the bad news, right? I know people like to A-log Shaggy. I'm just going to put this down, right? I'm going to actually put this back on the wall, right? So now, here's the deal, right? I'm a man of God. I'm a man of conviction. And I'm a man of my beliefs. What I am not is the money man. You know, when you're a man with strong beliefs, you're going to sacrifice a lot of cash for that. You know, it was a bad idea for me to film my post-firing breakdown, right? That was stupid of me, which I acknowledge, which is why I took those videos down. Now, unfortunately, with the following I have, esoteric Shaggyism showed up, and he started re-uploading shit, and I'm not mad at him for that. I want to clarify something. Esoteric Shaggyism has every fucking right to upload anything I upload to the internet. He has every right to it. It's free game. It's fair game. I will not criticize Esoteric Shaggyism for re-uploading my content and criticizing me. However, I did make a few requests from him, right? And he blatantly ignored those requests. They weren't extreme requests. They were very reasonable requests. Now, I don't think esoteric Shaggyism is stupid. So I'm not going to explain the whys and the hows because that could make my current situation a bit more precarious than it is. But as a result of esoteric shaggyism's a-logging, unfortunately, as a result of that, uh, the case is pretty compromised. Now I've told them this is for entertainment. This is and if you watch this shit, yeah, this channel. It's for entertainment. It's to entertain you. But like realistically speaking, it would be better if the defense had not gotten a hold of this channel. It had been better for me if they had not been able to see my personal life. Uh, because this is not professional Shaggy. This is me trying to give you guys a bit of entertainment by reading manuals on how to build bombs out of your own shit in the toilet, right? Like, the joke is that, oh no, the next wave of terrorists are going to be Mormons making bombs out of their own feces in the toilet. Oh Lord, it's a joke. That was a joke, right? But we're dealing with liberals in California. The people who are running the courts probably would not know a joke if one bit them in the ass. They would not know a joke especially if it was at their expense. So, unfortunately, like we're still going forward. We're still trying here, but that was a serious. I told my lawyer, look, we took that down because yeah, it's not a good look to be doing that when we're doing this case. But I get that it's for the lulz, and that's why I'm not mad at esoteric Shaggies. I'm not criticizing him for what he did there, but I do want to go into some shit on this because here's the deal, right? Um, I don't know what esoteric Shaggyism's beliefs are in the real world. We do a lot of trolling here. We do a lot of fake shit. We have a lot of fun over here, right? But realistically, you're a good person or you're not. And the people we're fighting, the people I'm fighting, and when I say we, I mean all the Christians who are with me on this. And Mormons if you don't consider me to be a Christian, but the good people who would support me in fighting against what you just saw, you have to understand that's not everything. If blasphemy does not offend you, that class was also preaching, getting kids as young as like 13 to cut their dicks off. Do you agree with transsexuality being pushed on children? Because the class I was forced to take, it had that in it. This class was taught by someone who's far more mentally ill than I am, to be honest. Uh, Honestly, whether I win or lose, I am on the side of righteousness here. Meaning, if you oppose me and you believe in good and evil rather than just success and failure, you have to believe that you are on the side of evil in this one. Now, I don't know. I don't blame esoteric Shaggyism from uploading the content. And I don't blame him for telling me no when I asked him to take some shit down. But what I will say is this. He knew what he was doing. And in order to make fun of me, to have a few more laughs at my expense, which you don't really need to work at that, I will give you laughs at my expense. My biggest problem with Laughing Adolf is that I would have legitimately been funnier, said funnier shit, guys, stuff you guys would have laughed at me for a lot more if he hadn't been there, right? So here's the deal, right? I was stupid. I was very stupid to upload myself like that, right? That was dumb. Same time, kind of dumb of you guys to be actively working for the defense here when the stuff they're promoting is not just stuff Christians would be against. The worst scum well, not the worst, but there are murderers in prison who know enough right and wrong to say that the shit I was subjected to was fucked up. So I'm not saying that esoteric Shaggyism was wrong to upload some of that shit. I will say he was stupid. And if he ever embraces anything close to what I believe to be a sense of morality of right and wrong, um, the cost of that, the cost of that will be that he'll have to live with the knowledge that he helped that if this goes downhill for me, that he may have in fact helped a bunch of pedophiles, or at least pedophile enablers. Because I guarantee you, if you look at, and I'm gonna look and see if I can find it here. I'll do that for you. Hmm. Well, I'm not. Let's see. I don't know if they make some of their shit available to the public. I'm seeing a lot of stuff that on a religious basis I don't agree with when I type in these words, but I'm not seeing them specifically, right? Uh, Hold on a moment. There's I don't know which one of these videos it was, but there's a lot of these. I think this is it. I don't know if this is it. No, this is another trans Mormon thing. There's a lot of them, but they made me watch a vid on that. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done complaining, but I just wanted to, I said I would read my firing letter. So, because there's rumors that I got fired well, that I got fired for saying something rather inappropriate, uh, for telling someone to suck my dick. Well, no, I guarantee you if that's what I'd been fired for, it would have been in the letter. I think they would have mentioned that. That would have been a bit more than inappropriate behavior. There's I think I've proven now, or at least I should have proven, unless you just want to give me bullshit, unless you just want to a-log me, like if you think I made that letter and created it, look how long it took me to make OBS. I don't have like I use Notepad to write shit down because I don't have Windows. I'm not willing to pay for it. Um, yeah, no, I'm not technical. Everyone who watches me knows I don't have the skill to make that. If I made that, it would look like something that was made on Notepad, right? Anyway, we will now be taking bullshit from the audience because why wouldn't we do that? So again, if you're a-logging me in this matter, no matter who you are or to what degree, and I'm not kidding here. This isn't me playing a character or anything like that. Um, you're siding with evil. You are siding with evil people. Uh, no one deserves to be thrown out of their home without warning, without being able to get their electronics, their medication, and their clothing. I know some of you wish that on me because I'm a guy you don't like on the internet, and to you that makes sense. You got problems. I get that, but I wouldn't. I don't know anyone that I would wish that on. I wouldn't wish the shit that happened to me on anyone. And in fact, it is illegal. But as Surfer said, the law is applied subjectively. Um, you know, the fact of the matter is, regardless of what's what I upload to this channel for your guys' amusement, uh, at the end of the day, you just heard why they fired me. That is the complete fucking letter. Now, the rest of it, again, I ripped that off the rest, but the rest of it is just information on my check and a bunch of other shit. Um, you know, I don't think it was legal for them to refuse to give me my fucking severance check unless I listened to this greasy, obese creature they brought in. Direct descendant of the hog that killed Robert Baratheon. This thing came in and basically they had that creature scream at me until I left without any of my shit. I had to leave my medication there. Realistically, because that shit happened to me, I'm now in fucking therapy. It's funny if you're not me, but I'll at least acknowledge it's funny if you're not me, and I don't blame you for laughing at that. But the point of this stream, I want to really drive in because I'm not mad at esoteric shaggyism. But I do want to say this, dude. And it looks like Toxic is streaming, so I'm going to see if I can call in there. But the point I'm going to make is laugh at me all you like, okay? But don't side with evil people to do it. And don't do evil things to me in order to have a laugh. Don't do that to anyone, okay? Unironically, it's retarded and fucked up. And when you're trolling people, because I don't believe esoteric shaggyism had any negative intentions, and I'm not blaming them. This is ultimately my own fault, but I do want to say this. Use your fucking brains. Use your fucking brains here, guys. It's dumb. It's really fucking dumb that that I'm wrestling with the decision whether to explain what esoteric shaggyism, while not malicious, was incredibly fucking stupid. Okay? It's my fault for creating those videos, but I figured you guys would get a laugh out of it, but I deleted them for a reason. And while I didn't ask him specifically to take them down, I did make some requests he outright denied. And realistically, I shouldn't have had to tell him why I wanted him to take. And I kind of think he wanted me to lose the case, realistically, just looking at some of his video titles. I have a hard time believing that he is just a clip channel. He does seem like more of an A-log. Um, and again, if you really want to call this a win against Shaggy, if you think this is a win, at that point, it's a Pyrrhic victory. Because if you call that a win, that means your soul is fucking rotten. That means your view of things is that the people you don't like on the internet are worse than the people who have turned our country into a brothel. Okay? So, that is my legitimate opinion. I'm going to see if.
Them publishing not pro-Trump news, but infiltrating Trump supporters and Republicans alike.
Call into Toxic
and
Angel.
publish.
So I'm going to try and call into that show. So this is the end of this. I've now proven, Mormon or not, that class was specifically for religious people who were gay, and gay people who had to work together. And it was grotesquely offensive to anyone who was a real Christian. And out of 40 to 60 people in that class, only Mormon Shaggy stood up and said, no, this is wrong. And if I do not object to this vocally, if I do not object to this for the sake of participating in your class and keeping my job, I have sacrificed my soul. All right? And trust me, had I been disruptive about anything other than the Jonathan Van Ness, I'm not going to call it Jesus, other than the blasphemy, had I objected to anything other than the blasphemy, that would have been in there too. Okay? The only real reason any of that shit was in there was because I objected to them showing that thing I showed you. So if the Church of Christ or the Catholics or the Baptists or the non-denominationalists or any of these other Christian organizations, and I got this back here to show the three branches of Christianity: the Orthodox Church, the Protestant churches, and the Restorationist churches, right? Of all of the branches of the Christian tree, the only one in that class of like 40 to 60 Christians, the only one to stand up and defend Christ's image was a Mormon, right? You know, it wasn't someone wearing a cross, it's someone who wears the tree of life, okay? Now, the Mormon church is mad at me. The Mormon church is mad at me because when I got fired, I didn't exactly handle it well. You know, had a bit of a breakdown there. And now I can't enter the temple. But, you know, I am still secure in my faith and that Christ is with me. Because when I was in that classroom and they were mocking him, I was the only one who stood up to defend it. The only one. And I'll be proud of that to the day I die. And that is why I put that termination up there, letter up there. I went and I bought a nice golden frame for it. A nice golden frame. Because it's worth more than all the treasures of the earth. I tell you that. And I'm going to try and get on Toxic Angel's show now if he'll let me. So have a nice one. I think we're actually going to do an outro song for this. So switching again to the display capture. I think the song I want to play is one to remind those who have persecuted me that there will come a day where they will meet a higher judgment than employers or the internet or even the law, right? Now, many of you are familiar with the song I Love Little Girls. I know, ha ha. But Danny Elfman makes some damn good music aside from the joke songs, right? Here's one, right? Here's one I really like. Thankfully, I've muted this before the actual shit starts, so you ain't got to hear that ad. But before we do that, let me just make damn sure we're doing this correctly, because I know my skills at this are not exactly up to par. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're all good here. Okay, yeah, we don't need that shit. What the hell? Come on, I do not want you to play. I want you to pause while I... There we go. And we are done. We are officially done here. So, hope you all like that. But yeah, I'm gonna see if Toxic wants to hang out. Okay. Hey, yeah, he does. See you over there if you want to continue this.
What's happening?
Just you know,
Shaggy boy. It would have been fun if you were here, man, when I decided to check out Bells, dude. That was funny shit, bro.
Oh, fuck. Did you get involved with Bells and everyone? Look, she's, again, I've told her I don't agree with her decisions on the internet and religiously, but in real life, she's a relatively nice person, or at least she has been to me. I've heard that she has her beef with other people. Of course she is. Well, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not making a judgment on her character. I have no power to do that. I'm just saying she was nice to me. So if I go at her right now, it's me stabbing her in the back. That'd be kind of fucked up. But I see. Yeah, I can't.
Not if you're just having fun and fucking, you know, come on, you gotta troll a little bit. People, yeah, these people like Bells and Suit have to learn how to take a little bit.
Well, no, Suit's still fair game.
That's what caused the whole thing.
At me. I can go at Suit all the time. Like he's still going at me, so I'll say anything I want. But the fact of the matter is like Bells had no reason to show me any compassion. I'm not going to get into shit, But, you know, she acted in a way that an indecent person, the person I thought she was, wouldn't have been that nice under the situation. Where a lot of people were taking shots at me, she actually wasn't. And I just don't feel that it would be morally justified if I go at her. But Suit is still a piece of shit. I will still go at Suit any fucking day. He's a piece of crap. I still have absolutely nothing but contempt for him. You know, I've tried to actually.
If Bells doesn't get her feathers ruffled over my fucking like hour-long video, then obviously it's because no, I don't think so. I think she'll just be like, oh yeah, right. Like, unless she like, I don't know. But if she doesn't, it just basically means she took it as nothing but banter. Whereas if Righty says something, it's fucking some serious shit. She takes that seriously.
Oh, no, I like Righty. I'm not disavowing Righty. Righty's a cool dude. Righty's a cool dude. I don't know what their beef between them is, but I do know never to get between two dogs that are fighting. And it would just be dumb for me to stick my hand between these two. I'm just going to get my fingers torn off at both ends. So, but like, fuck.
Were you seeing any of that premiere were you seeing any of that fucking premiere that I just put up? That's bizarre. No, dude. The technical shit that guy. It's crazy. It's insane.
No, I am. The guy, I have not been in the cornfield in a long damn time. It's been a while since I've been around.
Oh, it's not cornfield, dude. This is like beyond trolling. Like, if you take like the community of trolls that followed us, I mean, some of them probably know about the mysterious YouTube channel that used to predict all the deaths of famous people, and nobody could figure out how the fuck they did it for the longest time, because what would happen is
I know that.
Okay, now what happened is everybody knew that you can't predict fucking people's death, right? So they have to be able to edit it somehow after the fact, and it's been, all these things are private, and they just list all these people that may have medical problems, or well, guess what? This motherfucker, all these people that have been doing the Fox fake news have been putting a little clip of a fake gaming, like a minute of gaming at the end. And I've edited shit before where I can clip off a part, like maybe a little docs or something like that I did to myself. I clip it off, and then if I ever go back to edit that again, it's actually there, even though I click delete. It's there. And I could delete the other one and then just make the tail end. If the tail end is a gaming clip,
we got a question for the audience here I want to address. Drunken Surfer, I have no fucking clue. It was a fucking 8-hour class. And by the time we were getting into the diaspora of Jews and where they were, and maybe it tied into Mormon beliefs, maybe someone asked the question. Well, I was fucking tired by that point. I'd been dealing with like fucking 6 hours of woke. And I found out during that class that my car had literally been towed from the street I lived on. So it was not a good day in any way.
Well, hey, listen, Shaggy.
I tell you,
I rarely ever get
serious. I don't remember.
Hold on. Let me say something real quick, because I rarely.
Let Surfer on though too.
All right, cool. The link's there. I will.
Yes, well, Surfer, come on.
Because I wanted to ask both of you guys, because both of you guys do Bible studies, and I'm never serious. I'm always trolling him. I'm always trolling you, and I'm always sarcastic. But both of you guys, I've always had real struggles with Christians that preach gospel for many reasons. First of all, when I was a young kid, they turned me against the gospel by telling me mysterious ways and not understanding how burning a fucking lamb forgives me a shit. Now, I went chasing pyramids and secrets and got tattoos on my face and went in gangland and fucking risked torture by cartels to bribe my way into fucking loots and whatever I can learn. And I learned about the Mayan death cults and how you get forgiven for fucking burning a lamb, and why and how a mortal being the willing sacrifice can forgive you. Not only that, but some new data that Shroud of Turin, I'm almost wondering if the Son didn't actually incarnate in the flesh and become the S-O-N. Bottom line is this: you guys can't explain it, then you're sheep, blind leading blind. What the fuck are we shouldn't even. Here's the problem. You got fucking preachers trying to preach celibacy. Nobody understands it. They reflect on Catholic Church, and you still don't understand celibacy, and you're in a Mormon priesthood. Celibacy is something of the mind where you become free of the shackles of the flesh's cravings. You rewrite your autopilot. This is what the process is, and there's only one motherfucker.
That's called a brothel. That's where you
I don't know about you. I don't know about you, but listen to me. Listen to me. Before I started,
Alice will relieve you of those carnal sins, my friend.
No, what I'm saying is I had my mind very clear. And I also started to understand demonic possession as certain side effects of embracing persona. Like if you put on an act like I'd been doing with comedy, and everything becomes a persona, your relations persona, all of a sudden I start reflecting and trying to separate the two, me and my black spy image, or me, and it's totally separate. Any success I would ever get on stage, or like when I was doing performance, or, I have not really gotten much social media, but it's never going to be something that I believe. I mean, if I was the rockest star in the fucking world and people are sucking my balls thinking I'm a god, I'm still going to be like, yeah, the idea of what you think but I'm still me. My family's going to get me. Here's the problem. I start doing too much comedy, and all of a sudden I'm thinking about titties when I'm looking at a commercial of a chick on TV, and I'm like, wait a minute, why did I just see titties in my fucking head? Now, then you start to think, when you start to embrace certain demons, it becomes almost like a demonic possession where now they're not tempting. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of my head. This is a chick selling fucking milk. I'll
stop you. Hold on. Let me stop you right there. When you join the Mormon church, they straight up tell you you're going to be possessed. They say that you're going to be possessed by a spirit, but it's a good thing. And that the Book of Mormon has a familiar spirit. We're a very different religion than what Surfer practices. Surfer will be absolutely horrified by that. But no, we are taught, or at least I was taught by the missionary Brother Apostolos, that, when you join the church, you are possessed. You become possessed, and that it's a good thing, and that the Book of Mormon has a familiar spirit that will protect you. And, this is all from Jesus. The way Jesus actually works. Remember that the way Satan works is a corruption of the way that Jesus works. Satan can only imitate. So anything Satan does,
let me.
Hey, the reason God Shaggy, would do that too.
Do you ever have like reptilian, absolute logic, almost revelations that make you feel superior to human, but almost make you think of things like sex, cravings? No. Listen. But you need to hear me out and visualize. Just try to let go of what you think you know or believe for a minute. I'm not saying to abandon. I'm never going to say abandon anyone's religion. It's not my place. But if you're trying to look, I am always so skeptical of myself. I so much concentrate on putting myself outside of my own bias and look in. And what I'm trying to say is this: what if I'm not just fucking imagining that there's a way to break free of the shackles of self-enslavement to this body, to the vessel? What if I'm truly becoming a state of mind that when I lose this vessel, I can maintain my idea of form in ways you may not understand? And I'll tell you one thing, if you're asking, many people do we get to have sex in heaven? Then you're so far off the fucking mark. You just don't understand what it's like to break free of what you think you want.
You have to explain that to them in that context, because on this world, sex is, that is not.
It can't be explained. It takes 13 years in a fucking monastery to see it.
I want you to look. I'm currently unemployed, and I've got to hold on. No. I'm unemployed. I've got unemployment checks coming to me. My dad will pay for me to do whatever the fuck, in order to get my head straight as he thinks I've gone mad. He thinks that I have gone completely fucking mad. So if you want to go and show me some of these ancient fucking temples, my father, he thinks I've gone nuts. He thinks that he's treating me like a child. He's almost like, and it's terrible for me because he doesn't have it's stressful for him. It's not natural for him to be that nice, and it's killing him to do it. I don't.
What does he say about temples? He doubts they exist, or he wants you to know about them. What are you saying?
No, it's not about that. My dad, look, you might not be familiar, but I recently lost my job, my home, everything, and you can look into my lore.
Yeah, of course I'm familiar.
Yeah, well, I figured you would be, but he thinks he thinks I've cracked. He thinks I've completely fucking cracked. And now, as a result of that, the church
you said
also,
some cracky things on the internet.
Well, no, it's worse than that.
I have to admit.
Because the church, they also think that I've completely cracked. And now I have to go to therapy, both to, remain in good standing with the church and with my father. So if you want to help me out and show me some crazy ass, weird fucking Mexican temples, let's go. Like, let's do a road trip. If you'll help me pay for the gas, I got the vehicle. Fuck it. We can make some good content. Let's go to Mexico. You down for that?
Yeah, it's never nice to hear crickets after that, but I was taking a piss and my kidneys are better, dude. You know what happened about 2 months ago? And I've been in fucking pain since last July, like fucking down my back, my kidneys. After the hospital trips, it never went away. And I never did any oxys or any pain meds the whole fucking time. So for almost a year, I've been in so much pain. I pretty much figured I'll eventually die from it because it ain't getting better. Fuck it. They say machines are good. There's no stones. And out of nowhere, it abruptly went away, and I drink nothing but coffee now, and I piss like a racehorse. No more problems. That means a stone was passing through my fucking kidneys for 8 months. And those motherfuckers didn't see it with the fucking ultrasound, the CAT scan. Anyway, I was thinking about that.
What do you know about the Tree of Life? What do you think of the Tree of Life? I've been looking into the Tree of Life.
I'll tell you in a minute. That's really important, actually. That's really important. But the problem is
it's important. It is. The Tree of Life is an image.
To absorb the Tree of Life, I'm very ADHD, so it's hard. Let me explain it to you. Hold on. Again, we have to step outside ourselves as humans, and that can be almost impossible if you don't have the ability to realize that what's your body is your body and what's you is you. But we don't define a difference between what our body wants and what we want, what our free will is. Celibacy looks like enslavement to ignoring things I want to do. Hold on. I have Freemasonry. Hold on, I'm going to tell you everything. Freemasonry. It's not about building stones. It's not about speculating symbols. It's not about religion. It is about preserving data in any medium possible, but trying to preserve data in a medium that can outlast the catastrophes that we deal with on the Great Cross every approximately 6,500 years. In order to do that, there was also some other things with sacked cities and burnt documents. So they start using sacred geometry and geometric codes in the facial features of a statue. So while you're looking at a statue and it might be a beautiful monkey jerking off with his girlfriend, if you measure his penis, it might be a certain ratio that tells me exactly what your fucking Bible means, okay? It might be the speed of light. It might be all kinds of things that I want to remember. And when you go sack my city and kill my religion, you're going to save that fucking work of art and you're going to rename it and worship it as an idol. And someday a motherfucker is going to be able to measure it and pull the data. It's a hard drive. Now, another thing that's a hard drive, if you pay attention, set yourself outside of these religions. Don't think you're betraying your religion to just set your mind outside of a bias and think about the grand scheme of things. The grand scheme of religion is a medium for data preservation, but it's got to be manipulated in a way that you guys, not you, Shaggy, and this is my problem. This is why you frustrate me. Surfer frustrates me. You guys are trying to, I don't know. I mean, you guys are not sheep. You guys are like reading. A sheep taught you these religions, not fucking masters. And you guys are like trying to come up in the day where the kids are going to outweigh the smarts and brilliance of these fucking supposed fucking priests. And how they get their fucking priesthood? They certainly didn't work for it. Now they're passing you down priesthoods and you're a fucking shepherd in the making, but you have never met a shepherd in your fucking life. And Surfer probably hasn't either. I'm a sheep dog. I kill motherfucking wolves and I want to eat some sheep too. But the bottom line is this. Look at all the religions that remembered the entire fucking religion in songs. Try how many years, how many hundreds of years? Was it 200 years maybe it took to get that motherfucking Arabic religion called Islam written down? Most of it was recited on songs. This is why it's Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin, Maliki Yawmiddin. And you guys got some of the same shit going on.
Hold on, dude. No, there was a guy called Ghulam Ahmad, and he was like the Muslim Joseph Smith. He was like the people in ISIS tried to butcher all his followers because they're assholes. But he was a really peaceful dude who was like really in touch with God. But yeah, he just happened to be a Muslim. But he also claimed to be like a mufti.
Do you know Joseph Smith's motive was not? Smith's motive.
No. Come on, Joseph Smith.
Listen to me. Hear me out. In my opinion, hold on. Again, hear me out, motherfucker. Hear what I'm telling you from outside the perspective of Mormonism. I'm not asking you to abandon it in any way. Just when we talk, we're going to talk about all religions, and you and I are standing here, and we're looking down at a library, and we're going to discuss it. We cannot discuss it so long as you invest in one. And just for the conversation with me, I want you to think of them as all one thing. Nobody's better than the other. Of course, I need to make you think it's better. Taekwondo was better than, Steven Skull, whatever. It's always the best. Here's the thing. A Freemason who is a shepherd teaching the sheep, when sheep cannot possibly understand, they can't. They're incapable of it. The shepherds can. Here's what we do. We, masters, use them for data preservation. What do we use? We use their willingness to dedicate themselves to a real belief in an afterlife because we know there's fear of death and not continuing. Now, we could teach them in a heartbeat about the afterlife by teaching them some highly esoteric stuff. You can't teach that to sheep. You teach them parables, and they won't even see the fucking 360-degree geometry that is how time and space travel is written into your Bible. Do you know this? Not yours, but the Christian Bible.
I know. Look, I do agree with what you're saying with the Mandela effect, changing words in the Bible. I've seen that myself. But what I really want to stress to you is I am not confined by Mormonism. I am actually, my church is pretty pissed at me about this. I'm currently reading.
I'm trying to wake you up to not be confined by being a human. Okay.
Well,
I'm currently reading. Life. Let's skip over. Let's go. Tree of life. Tree of life. It's your brain. And it's the tree, and it's the stars. Here's how it relates to your brain.
Beller is disrupting the damn show. Hold on. My dog is making a fucking mess of the rug. She's doing that thing where she drags her ass. Beller, please stop. No, she's going crazy.
I definitely have a reptile in my tree of life. That reptile is an autopilot capable of doing really advanced things. And that reptile is also a character in a Disney cartoon called The Puppet. And I and you are the cricket. The crickets don't need to have sex. The crickets are the mind that extends beyond the body. The autopilot wants to fucking kill everything. And so it learns to communicate through the fairy godmother. We are a trivesica inside. And then our lives on the outside world. A Freemason is 3 circles squared inside. That's 3 men on a hill on a cross, crossing the great star, the sun. I want to cross the sun 3 times, 3 days around the world. When I die, my cycle is 3 crosses, 3 stars, 1,080 degrees. That is the time, the Platonic solids, all written in your Bible. Now, why do you sheep want to concentrate on the mother? Not you, but why do sheep want to concentrate on the parables? And oh my God, these parables must mean this. Meanwhile, you look at those fucking numbers and they can't be argued with that they are from someone who had the speed of light and time travel at their disposal. So you are talking about angels, aliens, and fucking gods here.
So I had to go and
stick to a human fucking right. Hey, Surfer, what's up?
I had to go and get my dog.
Just coming in to do a little bit of Inception audio.
I know.
I did.
Schizo, I thought I could add my schizo touch.
Oh, you would have loved seeing me explaining to my lawyer what the fucking Kino community was. That was fun today. Oh, fuck. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm glad you're here. Thanks for calling in. It's always good to have your opinions on religious issues, Surfer. Yeah, we may be vastly different denominations. You would even say religions, but I do have a lot of respect for your knowledge of the Bible and your dedication to your faith. So, good to have you here. And we're discussing the Tree of Life today, like the Tree of Life and how it is relevant seemingly to all major religions. And I believe that I've been looking into it, and certain truly ancient groups of Christians, among even older groups from other religions, including pagan ones, believe that the Tree of Life was, in a way, an avatar of God.
I'm in my meth lab just making some meth, bitch.
Well, that's good. That's good. It's good that you're making meth to support the Christian community. That's very based.
Oh, no. All right, let's let Surfer have the floor because he might have heard a lot of what
you shouldn't make meth. They might do that in one of those churches. Some of my my neighbors, ever since I got swatted, they think I belong to some religious cult or some fringe church because I'm always talking about the Bible to them, and all they really know about me is I go to Bible study, and then all of a sudden the SWAT team showed up at my door. But you shouldn't actually make meth. It's probably not the proper
I noticed
denomination of Christianity.
I think
it's called mythology.
You can tell I do act wired all the time, but if you look close, you can tell it's not meth. But I don't know. I'm totally natural now, and I'm just spun. I have such high energy. But it could be applied.
No, it doesn't sound like meth. Toxic. I used to have a buddy that was hooked on meth, and he was on 5 meds, and you can certainly tell when someone's hooked on meth. Buddy used to yell about the peanut butter train and burning whiskey.
Therefore, y'all want to go to Mexico and you want to go to Mexico and see if we can find the Nephite temples?
Well, I probably can't cross the border because I won't get vaccinated.
Oh, fuck, you're in prison world.
Oh, no, there's no problems with that. But if you can't, Shaggy, you got to, before you go off grid with me in Mexico, you have to visualize what the cartel does to people down there and expect that may happen to you and be ready for that. So you got balls when you face it, because that's what I go through. Why do you think I got tattoos on my face? I chose that life over you guys' fucking vanity and over
I've
girls
actually
and over whatever.
seen those dismemberment videos many times. I don't want any of that. I didn't know we were going to that part of Mexico. I thought we were going to go to
that's where the pyramids
attraction.
are, bro.
All right, let me give you a sane Shaggy idea. That's slightly different. Let's go to one of those temples in the Grand Canyon and then break the law by trespassing into the cities that you're not allowed to visit, and let's piss on things. Let's go in there together as Christians.
Let me give you a relatively safe.
And we'll score a win. We'll score a win against the native pagans by pissing on everything sacred to them. For Jesus, we'll do it. We'll do it.
I got an idea. This is something for
Jesus.
Shaggy. Here's something. Shaggy. Here's something to consider. If you really want to consider doing something, I had been thinking that. I see all these really good podcasts that are like Logan Paul, right? They go down to, where is that, Puerto Rico, and they have a really good, it's beautiful. You got a good ocean background. It's high dollar. It's above my pay grade, unless I stop staying in Mexico for fucking 6 weeks and I stayed there for a good 7 solid days with all my homies in a top dog motherfucking place. And then we have a fucking podcast where we're just sitting there talking racist crap all day because we're with Mexicans that talk shit all day. And then we can talk about pyramids and we can figure out everything there and maybe do a more touristy trip to one when if you hear through the discussion, you described something you're looking for. He says, well, we have this and this. And then we look it up and you go, damn, that could be, maybe we start planning and we find something there. But I have access to everything. It just gets more dangerous if you want to view a loot or bribe a head director of a park or.
We're not bribing shit.
Yeah, you don't want to ask questions about.
We're just going to look for one of those signs and we're going to fucking sneak in there. I've done this shit before.
You want to see?
We ain't bribing
some shit. You bribe. I pay 50 pesos.
You want to see some shit?
50 cents. I give 50 cents, bro, when I get in. I get in everywhere for fucking like it might be $1. Oh, it's $2.
We're doing the Grand Canyon. There's actually like cities down there that, and this is true. You can look this up. There's cities down there from civilizations that like archaeologists still can't fucking figure out. And I bet that those are ancient Mormon that's proof that Mormonism exists, I bet. Well, not Mormonism. That sounds stupid.
There's nothing more. There's nothing that helped me understand.
Proof that the Book of Mormon is true. I'm sorry. I just said something incredibly stupid. Let me correct myself. Proof Mormonism exists. That's proof that Joseph Smith was truly telling the truth. That he was not lying about any of the stuff.
Hey, let me ask you both a question. This is important. Hey, hold on, Shaggy. Let me ask you both a question. This is important. It's taken me a lot of years to fucking see this. And this goes against everything I actually believe Jesus to be. I'm not Christian because I believe Jesus to be something else. Not necessarily the sun or whatever you guys think. I don't believe it to be a God. I believe that it's a compassion. It's trying to teach you that it's this inspired thing that's a muse, but it's not a muse like an artist does where we're invoking demons. It's a muse that's so selfless that it really truly is holy. Now, I'm thinking, now again, I have seen something that changed my mind totally, and I'm trying to deal with this. Now, here's the thing. I've got to abandon everything I think I fucking know. Well, I'm not going to have this conversation with you, Mormon, and Surfer, a Christian. No, we're all going to have to come to terms with what I'm about to tell you. Everything changes now. Even the way you guys have an opinion about what you think you know about your religion, and it comes down to just one motherfucking thing. And I think it comes down to, is Jesus a motherfucking God? Is it really the Son who was conscious and did come down here and come into flesh and did say, I'm going to allow this because the Shroud of Turin has now changed? I mean, I'd seen all the 3D stuff before. I had seen everything. I watched it inside and out 50 fucking times. And while it's very convincing, I cannot be convinced by this of gods. So only recently have they really pushed to get some real material and date that material and also look at the hemoglobin and also look at all of these things. And now it is a fucking brass tacks fact that there was an X-ray that left that image, and that is an X-ray of a body, and it is 2,000 to 3,000 years old. So the bottom line is this: the motherfucking thing resurrected. Fuck, and I'm going to say this as outside. Fuck Mormonism. Fuck Christianity. Christianity teaches Santa Claus to kids. Mormonism, I don't know what the fuck that's about. It looks like Freemason shit. But Jesus being a fucking God, abandon all your shit. Just accept the motherfucker's a God, and that's all you need to do. You too, Surfer. And maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not a Christian.
No, that's what non-denominational Christianity, and I think even the Lutherans would accept that to be true. But
don't you think Jesus is the Son of God? Yeah, you know, like that's really the crux of my whole
both sons. You spell it both ways. Do you agree with me that if you
you know,
you agree
the
with
rest
that?
of it revolves
Do you agree with that, Surfer?
Yeah, I agree that Jesus is the Son of God. Like that's what Christianity is, right? It's
both sons, though.
The Son of God.
Both sons.
No, right? I don't.
This is why we have confusion between the remember, as above, so below, in heaven as it is on earth. So we look at the physical star and say, that's God. Or we look at the physical Jesus and say, that's God. We look down here on the ground and say, that's God. We look up in the sky, we say, that's God. What if Jesus is the S-U-N and the S-O-N? What if the first sacrifice star in the universe bled light into physical gold? And guess what? What do we call that? Elohim. What if that first sacrifice of the firstborn son above in the heavens blew up and created new Elohim that even God couldn't have foresaw? I'm just
I think as above, like so God below. Transcends time, so God would have foresaw all of his creation. But sort of your line of thinking is why paganism used to be so popular before the time of Christ. It's much easier for us to see constructs of nature that God has created and think that these things are God because they're apparent to our eye than to see the one true God that exists beyond all of that. The stars, the physical sun, the star isn't Jesus. Jesus is the Son of God.
Yeah, no, but it's like a reflection.
God. Jesus was around from the start. But the sun and all the other stars, we read about this in the creation story in Genesis. Like, these are constructs of God that God put into place to create the material. Like when if you go back to Genesis, and I mean, I'm in Genesis already because Shaggy asked me about the tree of life thing, which I'd like to get back to actually. But if you read the first few days of the creation story, it says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And what that first day is the start of the Big Bang. If you read about the Big Bang theory, everything in the whole universe.
That's it. That's like right there's the Torah, right? Hold on, you're reading the Torah in English. Let's get that straight, Surfer. Is that the first part? Is that the first 7 chapters that is the Torah in English, the Christian version of the Old Testament? Is that what that is?
It's literally the first chapter, like not even the first 7 chapters.
Yeah.
No.
I mean that is what the first chapter is. Right? Yeah, it's the Torah. That's why it's about the universe, and it's really about Earth. That's what's crazy. It really, truly is the fucking real story.
But God existed outside of the universe. When the whole universe existed in the singularity and it was without volume, all of the mass in the whole universe was contained in an infinitesimal spot. God hovered above that. How it phrases it, it says, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So God is something that existed outside of the universe at the start. And yes, I would argue that God exists all throughout the whole universe. But God isn't just a pantheistic God. It's God is a panentheistic God. So that God is all throughout the universe and outside of the universe. God transcends that as well. It's harder for us to, like, what we have to take on faith is we only see the things in the universe. We can't see what's beyond that. And God is beyond that. And that's what you have to take on faith, right? Now, I would argue what really sold me on that back in the day is the concept of free will. If everything just happened randomly from collisions of energy and matter, we would not have free will because the things would just collide in a very ordered fashion, as we observe if you study physics. But because we have free will, there needs to be a spiritual element, which is what God gave to man.
You know what? I pretty much agree with everything Surfer said there. I would point out that one major difference. I would ask, as God is omnipotent, do you believe that he wanted us to eat from the tree of life, or do you believe Satan successfully fucked up his plans? Because I want to stress this. A big problem I have with other denominations is that the God that they espouse, Christ that they espouse, seems to have already lost. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. If the devil if what LeoPirate was saying was true, and the devil created the Mormon church to fool Christians, right? And created a church that effectively creates better, more moral people than Christ's church, then regardless of how many souls are saved. Because
that's a false assumption.
Wait.
Don't create more moral people than Christianity.
Even so, if Satan can create even something like Islam, wherein good people are marching into hell, then I would say this, right? Regardless of where you are going or where I am going, and regardless even of Christ's sacrifice, Satan has won. And let me explain why. Satan never cared about us, and he never cared about Jesus. His only issue was with his Father. And as a result of that, his only concern is winning an argument with his dad. Now, if not only the majority of souls go to hell, but the majority of good souls, when given free will, choose Satan over God, and not just the bad ones, not just the majority of people, because the majority of people are bad, but if the majority of good people also choose the devil, then no matter what happens to those souls who chose the devil, Satan wins the argument. And I don't believe that Satan will win.
Mormon. I thought of an answer to your question like 2 minutes ago. I want to tell you something.
Sure.
I wanted to think of Jesus as Neo from the Matrix, and Satan, he's Agent Smith or some of those werewolves and outdated AI programs.
Think about it, actually.
He's a lizard in your fucking tree. Listen, hold on. This is fact. It's not. You can put it up into parables and try to wrap it up for human understanding to understand what an angel is and what a program is and how. And yeah, well, exactly what Drunken Surfer's saying. And I can tell by how Drunken Surfer's talking that there's definitely two ways to have a discussion about the Bible. One, certain people it can be about the parables, and then certain people it can be about the physics of it all. And so what we have is something that's not exactly like we think. I mean, yeah, to explain it, you can think of like, okay, our AI is lustful. Our AI contains all of the attributes and detrimental factors of Satan.
What is it? It's a tool. It's a tool, and man uses tools to acquire what he wants. We built that tool.
It thinks like a reptile too. Believe me.
Of course,
believe
because
me. The more you
it's
embrace
just a tool. It is a tool that will eventually.
But
here's the deal, right? Hold on. Let me say this. Just as a swordsman, like samurai, in time, they felt their swords were literally a part of their bodies. That's why they would decorate their swords and name their swords and all that shit, right?
You feel a fish nibble on the end of a. Hey, hold on. You feel the fish nibble on a line on the end of a fiberglass pole. That's what they were doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you use a tool,
it's not one that says, "Hey, if the sword could get a boner and say, fuck that dead body," and you could feel it in your skin, the feeling of the sword, the wants, that's more like it, though.
Well, hold on. I'll get to that, right? We become part of the tools we used. A master swordsman, he will feel like the sword is literally a part of him when he's wielding it. And same with an artist or anyone else who gains proficiency to the point of mastery. And the more it becomes necessary to basically master the internet in our modern age, we're becoming part of a tool that was purely created to satisfy our desires and our need for convenience. Yeah, we're becoming part of it. Like the brothel is literally beginning to eat the patrons. Go ahead, Surfer.
Oh, I was just loosely listening. I was trying to find there was a verse I just pulled out of the Bible that I'm looking for now, but I've certainly read in the last couple of days about how we're supposed to pursue knowledge and like meditate on these things that we read in the Bible and not necessarily just take them with blind faith, but like study them and like we're supposed to have faith, but we're supposed to sort of sharpen ourselves and question these things. And I think that is a big mistake, Toxic, that most so-called Christians will do is they don't want to actually think about these things. They don't want to sort of rationalize them.
Can they all do that though? I mean,
yeah, I don't know.
They all think like us?
Someone that's like mentally retarded. Like maybe they won't be able to. But like it's like someone that's like mentally retarded is also going to be innocent by their conscience, right?
What about no? How about those really gitsy people that are like, I'm just a sinner and they do meth on the weekends? I mean, these people are like oblivious, man.
Those people are going to hell.
They have no
they really
idea.
be capable?
No, they're going to hell.
That's what I'm saying, man. I almost think the parables are for them. They better just believe. They better have faith because they need faith.
Well, this is it. This is where I think one of your mistakes is, Toxic, that you think the parables are created to make Jesus's teachings more understandable to men. The reality is Jesus told his disciples, you will understand the parables. The reason I speak in parables is because those that aren't meant to understand, those that won't put the thought into it will never understand. They hear, but they don't hear.
True.
They see, but they don't see. And that's actually the value of the parable.
I struggle with
it. Yeah. But
I personally believe it was because when man asks a question, it's sort of like when your dog basically looks at you with a question. Like, why did you do that, master? Or what are we doing? You can't explain to the dog half the shit that would be required to answer that question. So you might just point
True,
towards
huh?
the park.
That's what I'm saying. So you better give a fucking parable.
Yeah, you might just point towards the park or towards the fridge to give it an idea.
Let them fill in all the blanks, right?
Jesus, hold on. Jesus Christ could have explained to his disciples how to build a city with technology far beyond anything we have now. He could have revealed the miracles of sciences to people. He could have done all sorts of shit. If Jesus had wanted, he could have declared himself immortal emperor and done some Warhammer 40K type shit. The reason he didn't do that is because realistically, as Christ, he is there's a lesson to all of this, which is
hold on, pause that. Hold on, I got to do this real quick. Not to offend you, but I got to ask Surfer something real quick. Okay, is that because Surfer, Jesus and God cannot forgive without Jesus sacrificing? Ergo, he cannot kick everybody's ass. Or am I wrong about that?
No, under the old law,
Shaggy.
Old law from the Old Testament, no man could be saved because we all fall short of the law, and the old law states that we're all doomed, we're all cursed because of that. So Jesus was accursed for us that we can be forgiven. I found what I was looking for though.
Okay, so listen. If Christ, being who Christ was, he would have accepted everything that he would have gone through. And to be honest, the point of him coming back and selling the nails was for him to say basically, okay, I've been through that. That's literally the worst things humans can do to you. Now that I've proven that I'm above all your bullshit, you can either obey me, or at that point, like, you're fucked. You're just lying to yourselves. Like, you literally tortured me to death, and yet I'm literally selling the nails.
That's not the case, though, Shaggy. Like Jesus died for our sins that we may be saved because of God's love.
He completed the salvation.
Jesus didn't need to do that to prove that he was the Son of God, right?
Well, no,
he did a whole bunch of miracles before that, and that still didn't. A lot of people still didn't believe,
such as completing the salvation of mankind before his crucifixion in the Garden of Gethsemane. That's why the Holy Grail is important. Because when he drank from the bitter cup after he did that, which was far more painful than anything that happened to him on the cross, by the way, that was far worse than anything that the Jews could do to him. That's when he.
All right, hold on, Shaggy. Let me ask you both. Hold this thought, Shaggy. I ask you both then. If I struggle with this, but like I said, I've really looked into the depth of the Shroud of Turin, and I've looked at who has no dog in the fight as far as Christianity, but there's no Christianity that I can follow. There's only I can follow that now I have to reconsider all the previous miracles that I thought of as symbols, making a blind dude see. I'm trying to do that now, but maybe you're not blind. Maybe we're all blind leading the blind. Jesus making blind man see? Did he really do it?
You know what? You
if
know how blind I
can
am?
Resurrect with the fucking.
Hold on.
What are those called? Gamma ray. Hold on.
You mentioned
go ahead.
blindness.
It's a gamma ray, though.
I had to order some fucking $300 sunglasses just to get some sunglasses that work. You know, they're going to be nice as fuck. If I'm paying $300, I'm getting a damn nice pair of shades. And I know, I shouldn't be talking about vanity in a stream about Jesus, but no, I got some damn nice fucking sunglasses with the green tint.
So here's what they figure. There's the Aurora. Hey, a couple of other things. Hold on. Shaggy, I'm going to mute you. I got to say this. Well, I got ADHD severely, so this is not an offense. Just give me a second. Okay, so there's other things I forgot to mention because of that ADHD. Surfer, you'll find this interesting. Virgin birth has now been proven to be possible. They've done it in a lab on rats. Why? They didn't necessarily do it. They sparked it. Now they're looking back at when humans do this. Now we have to consider, how did humans fucking know that too? Now we also consider there was an earthquake in the story. And we also just got the first footage and pictures of, guess what, aurora associated with volcanoes and earthquakes. Confirmed that that's what it is. Yeah. And now we know that they have radioactive features, electric features, and guess what? Jesus, earthquake, gamma ray burst, putting an image of his sacrifice on the shroud. And someone witnessed this. There's one miracle. I mean, the timing, you got to admit.
Yep,
and
I
then you
think
say,
all empiricism, all things done through science empirically, if they're done correctly, They will confirm what we read in the Bible, and that's what we've seen again and again. I don't need those things though, right? Like we look at the story of doubting Thomas, who didn't believe that Jesus was resurrected unless he could touch the holes in his hands. And he touched the holes in his hands, and then he believed, and he was saved for that. But Jesus says to him, how much, like, you're blessed for like believing after you touch the holes in my hands, but how much more blessed are those that had faith beforehand to lead to that. I found what I was looking for, and it's in the second epistle from Paul to Timothy. And this is right about when Paul's about to get executed. This epistle was written in the days before his execution. And what he's doing, he's writing to Timothy about like the requirements of a bishop, like how to treat elders in the church, and just sort of different logistical things like this, how the church is supposed to operate. But he writes in chapter 2, of these things put them in remembrance, charging them before the Lord that they strive not about words to no profit, but to the subverting of the hearers. Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. But shun profane and vain babblings, for they will increase unto more ungodliness. So we are supposed to study and like inquire of these things that we read and rightly discern the truth of them. That's very important, because if we don't actually do that, we just take these things on blind faith, we'll look stupid when we try to back them up. And that's why God says that it is very important for us to study them. And that's why Jesus spoke in parables, because many men, in fact, most men, because of their pride, because of the new age religion of science, because of their ego, they think they know it all. They won't study and they won't seriously look for the truth. But if you seriously look for the truth and study things like the parables, you'll create a greater understanding of what God wants us to know about God in the Bible. Not just that, but like how the universe operates.
I got a question about that, Surfer. Wasn't science forbidden though before, a long time ago, right? 10 Commandments, don't make a graven image. So where would that have put us? Like, just stay away from science, because science will make you think you know, and it'll fuck up your faith. Is that what was going on there?
No. That's how we got groups like the Amish and the Mennonites. No, the goal is to always remember that just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And when you make a scientific discovery, you should ask the Lord, is this going to help us or is this going to harm us? And if the answer is, well, it'll make you rich, but it'll really fuck up society, or, well, you could get rich by, charging people a lot of money for this, but the Christian thing to do is to share it with the people. That's something that will, that's one of those tests that will dictate whether you make it into heaven or not. It will.
Good. Hold that thought, because this is my opinion. Hold on. One thing real quick. My opinion on Jesus Christ is if every single person could use their discovery with the selflessness and compassion of Jesus, it would truly be holy inspiration, every bit of it. But unless you have the total lack of selflessness and the total reward when you see giving, like my reward would be seeing my friends get this. If that truly is your reward, you don't need to brag about it, and you are a conduit for God. But so far, only Jesus has been that. That's my opinion.
Pride is the probably one of the most deadly sins. It's something I've suffered from in the past. When I used to be a Luciferian, I was very prideful.
People keep accusing me of having pride issues, but I don't think I do.
I want to make a point. I wanted to answer the question about the science versus like graven images thing, because that is repeated in the New Testament, that we're not supposed to worship graven images and idols. The idols and the graven images from the Old Testament were like the pagan gods that they'd carve for, say, out of wood, or they'd carve out of metal, different images that were a depiction of what they thought were gods, that were just forces of nature that the one true God created. I don't think science would be rightfully called a graven image or an idol or anything like that. What science is the pursuit of knowledge through empiricism. And like we read about in Timothy there, Paul writes, study to show thyself approved unto God. A workman needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. We are supposed to learn more about the truth through empiricism. There's nothing sinful about that. Where the sin comes in is when we create something through empiricism, like the COVID vaccine, for instance, and all of a sudden it's revered as like a god. Like the COVID vaccine has become a graven image almost.
Yeah, it has.
In our
It has.
society, right?
That's why I won't take. That's part of the reason is because it's not treated like other vaccines. My dad's like, well, what happens like when the next when you're old and you need to get your shingles vaccine? And it's like, well, a shingles vaccine was made by people who were, trying to make vaccines, not money. So I'll take that one. It's like I'm not. It's like, when you watch CNN and all this liberal bullshit, it poisons your brain. And you end up thinking that anyone who doesn't watch, Don Lemon and Chris Cuomo give each other hand jobs under the table as they read news to you. Anyone who doesn't watch that shit show is basically like, a monster who wants to rape and murder Anne Frank in front of a family of black people who are just like escaping from slavery. That's literally how they think.
Well, and that's it. And it's because these things have become graven images to them. They have such a religious fervence for these things that they've deemed to be right that they won't accept if you dissident or whatever. If you deviate from that, they won't accept it because it's the new age religion. And that's very sinful, but it's not science in itself.
Hey,
it's
Surfer.
a sinful thing. In fact, we are supposed
You know why I don't go savagely fucking murder a bunch of lefties? Because I have 100% faith, maybe 1,000, maybe like 10 times over, that I'm wrong about anything that makes me think that would be a solution. So no matter how much I feel it, I have an override of faith. Now, you could say that my whole life rebelling against Christianity, that I had lost faith somewhere and had more faith in my ability to understand. But if that's true, how come I haven't motherfucking tried to be so confident I'm right that I will fucking kill you to prove it, to make it right?
Well, if you want to go that way, you have to go farther than killing. You also have to eat the body. If you truly want to become the cannibal guru, you must not only kill your friends and foes and family, you must consume them. Yeah. Yes, you must become the savage yogi.
I think that's a level of faith, though.
Bara cannibal tribe.
Always consider.
But that is heresy on a grotesque level, and it's not condoned by the Latter-day Saints Church or any other.
No matter what, you can.
And in the previous epistle, the first epistle to Timothy, and this is the one where Paul instructs Timothy how women are meant to be adorned in the church and that women are meant to be silent in the church and learn with all subjection. So a lot of guys get real horny about 1 Timothy. But in that very chapter of that letter, Paul writes to Timothy, I exhort, therefore, that first of all, supplications, prayers, intercessions, and giving of thanks be made for all men, for kings, and for all that are in authority, that we may lead a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and honesty. For this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Savior, who will have all men to be saved and to come into knowledge of the truth. For there is one God, one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus. So we're not supposed to go out and have wrath and anger and just murder the lefties, right? Like the reality is, if the lefties came and beheaded me tomorrow, I would go to heaven. True. I'm confident in that, and my reward in heaven is so much greater than even 100 years of absolute pleasure on earth. They will be doomed for that, right? It's our job as Christians not to sort of beat people over the head and try to force them to convert, but to show them love and to try to show them the error of their ways, that they may repent and also come to God, knowing that most of them won't. but everyone gets their just reward in the end. And all we need to be concerned about is our own just reward of going to heaven. And to do that, we should try to help save as many people around us as we can, knowing that persecution will come. Jesus said that persecution will come.
I'm being persecuted.
And
it sucks.
Most of the apostles were brutally murdered, by like the state and other earthly forces that be. But
I hope I don't have to go through that shit.
Well, we need to accept that persecution and not deny Christ in the face of it. But
they're persecuting me pretty hard, Surfer. I think they're going to bend me over and force me to accept it. I don't think resistance. I didn't consent to this, but I think it's happening anyway.
It'll be like when they tried to gang rape Lot and Sodom. They'll be coming for you and San Francisco.
Surfer. He is a Mormon.
I hope they're not coming for me. That would be even worse. I hope the rape is just metaphorical. I hope they're not coming for me.
So what Surfer means is no rape. John Wick shit.
I hope the rape is strictly a legal one, if it comes to that.
Well, San Francisco would be the place for it, Shaggy. Either that or Tel Aviv.
No John Wick.
I think, for all we know, if you lose in court in San Francisco, they rape the shit out of you right there. I would not be surprised.
Oh, I believe that for sure. Is that what happened to you when you got fired too? Is it like just court loss or?
It was bad. They tried. They brought in this big, fat, ugly, greasy bitch who I guarantee you hadn't had a dicking in like at least a decade. And
did she get to second base?
I did not know if she wanted to eat or rape me, but I got out. No. Let me tell the story. I did not know if she wanted to rape or eat me, but she was screaming like a banshee, and I saw nothing but grotesque hunger in her eyes. So I got my Bible and my computers, and that's it. I got the fuck out of there because I weigh 110 pounds, and this bitch made PPP look small.
I didn't know you worked with Bells of Nevermore.
Dude, I will not be taking shots at Bells of Nevermore. She's going through like some actual fucking shit that's kind of fucked up in the world.
Bells. Okay, I got it.
No, Bells moves around on a chair. This bitch is one of those big fat people who Stephen King wrote about him pretty well. They move about like with the grace of an old British sailing ship, right? Like it's a huge big thing, but somehow it still manages to move and with the speed that doesn't seem physically possible. That was this bitch, like a big fat massive fucking elephant of blonde hair and pale fucking blubberous gluttony. Evil.
Wait a minute,
evil.
I hear it's 50 men. So you're gonna pull Jodie Foster, like get train ganged in there, or what?
What the fuck are you on about? 50 men. Maybe this bitch.
Sasha, look at the comment.
Maybe this bitch ate 50 men, and I was like going to be 51, but I got out of there, man. I was not going to be Jonah and that whale. Like that bitch wasn't having Shaggy for dinner. Yeah. No fucking way.
I think Shaggy in Sodom, it was 50 men that were going to gang rape Lot. I think that's why Sasha said 50
I got to be honest. I'd rather, between this bitch and the 50 men, I'd rather take the 50 men. This bitch was grotesque looking.
Oh, no. You didn't want her to
I think you're actually fantasizing about 50 men.
Well, I mean.
Trying to convert us to Mormonism, Surfer.
Between Surfer and the Daimo, I've got enough boyfriends right now already, okay?
Well, we're glad to have you, Shaggy. I did want to point out, actually, the one thing that sparked me coming on.
I'm the only one who has the decency to tuck it between my legs, you selfish pricks.
Duct tape.
Well, Rudy did that too, Shaggy.
Oh, now you guys are leaving me for Rudy Coleman. Well, fuck you then, you fucking queer.
Yeah. But anyway. Actually, the one verse that I wish I could back up more, but the one verse that I wanted to say, Shaggy, that sort of sparked me coming on is when you said that when you read the Book of Mormon, you're possessed by a familiar spirit. Paul writes,
no, you are possessed, but the Book of Mormon has a familiar spirit. You become possessed by the Holy Spirit.
But that's a different spirit than the familiar spirit in the Book of Mormon, is what you're saying.
Yes, the Bible has like an attendant. The Book of Mormon rather has like an attendant angel or something, like a tiny, like little Tinkerbell type angel.
Well, Paul writes in his warning about false teachers to Timothy.
Why is it always Paul? Why is it always Paul and his Roman bullshit? This is an American religion for Americans.
Well, because that's where I am in my nightly meetings. I'm in the books of Timothy right now. So that's why it's really coming to mind. But Paul writes in the fourth chapter of the first epistle to Timothy, now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrine of devils, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron. And then he goes on to explain that a bit more, but he says expressly that seducing spirits will come, and that's what will lead people away from the faith. False teachers will preach seducing spirits, like you're talking about in the Book of Mormon. And I think that actually gives credence to exactly what LeoPirate was talking about when you guys were talking.
Wait. Leo is a Seventh-day Adventist in your Church of Christ. You should be just as like skeptical of his faith as you are of mine.
I don't.
Those guys are fucking brilliant, Shaggy. I'm sorry, but those motherfucking Seventh-day motherfuckers, I'm sorry, they're brilliant. Like, they know about Sabbato. They know about Saturday. Come on, man. You got to give them a little credit for that. They have some fucked up shit, though, but that's pretty right on.
Yeah, well, we have nicer churches.
The Seventh-day
they pray in gyms. Like, we have way nicer temples than they do.
Doesn't matter, Shaggy.
Who cares? Jesus resurrected. You're all right. All about one thing. The only thing that matters. So yeah,
it's
let's just all agree on that, and then let's just drop the rest.
Christians meet.
So let me ask you something, Surfer.
Yeah.
Surfer, if we were to agree that like most of us that are totally different spectrums can agree on that one thing, especially in the scientific era, for me, is the Shroud of Turin and some of the other things that have come to light very recently. This means that oh fuck, I lost track there for a second. Oops.
Well, that'll happen. I do the same thing all the time, you know.
Okay, so hold on. So if we as humans realize that obviously every one of these religious ideas and people's way. Oh, what I was going to ask you is this what the Bible or who you were just reading, is it trying to say that you should study this for yourself and stop this nonsense of joining these organized ideologies of just Jesus, study the red words, you're good?
Yeah.
You got a problem, consult with God 100%. And ask for wisdom.
There's no human
then we got to ditch everything but the red words.
Institution that's the arbiter of salvation.
Hold on.
Salvation comes through Christ, and it's up for us to pursue that.
But hold on here.
The Church, the Orthodox Church, the Mormon Temple, the Human Church of Christ. None of these organizations are responsible for your salvation. And I believe that there is saved Christians in every denomination.
True.
And there's also unsaved people that identify as Christians.
Hold on. The only way to get to the two heavens above heaven, the higher heavens, is to practice Mormonism. Now, that's why the other.
But where do we read that?
But that's a good way to fucking lead someone to a slaughterhouse that's not really higher than Jesus.
I believe we read about this in the Quad Bible, in the complete and total version of the doctrine.
We don't read about this in the actual Bible, though, is what you're saying.
Yeah, we do. In the Quad Bible, I believe it goes over this.
In the Pearl of Great Price, or in the.
Honestly, I'll be real. I'd have to actually look up where it talks about the three heavens, but because I was taught about this in a Sunday school class. During Sunday school, they teach us about the plan of salvation and the three heavens and all of this. Now, the first heaven, good Muslims, Christians, and Jews will go there. The second heaven is for fuck up Mormons like me, who basically only count as sorcerers. And the highest of heavens is like for true Mormons who did everything right and didn't fuck Alice and obeyed the gospel.
Yeah, but wrong, Shaggy, because we read in the book of John, I can probably find it, when Jesus is talking to the Pharisees. Here, let me try to find that. When Jesus is talking to the Pharisees and says that they say they're of Abraham and that they're worshiping God. And Jesus says, no, you're not. You're of your father, Satan. And these people, it doesn't matter their charity and the things they do outwardly for their communities. They're all damned. They're all condemned because they've rejected God and rejecting Christ. And Jesus says that directly to the Pharisees, right? So it's contradictory to what the Bible says to say that good Jews and good Muslims will go to heaven.
But it's not contradictory to what Joseph Smith taught, and that is more important than the Bible if you are a Mormon. So I'm just pointing that out. I know.
Yeah, but we don't have to debate. Hey, hold on. We don't have to debate a fucking thing if we agree the Shroud of Turin and all this late science is legit, and that means that the fucking resurrection is legit. We only need to agree on that one thing, and then we can do away with all the rest of the shit that causes 100% of all the debating and argument. You're right, Shaggy. Joseph Smith is higher than Jesus. One step. Oh, hey,
no, yes, I never said that. I never said that. No. Disavow. I did not say that.
Listen, hear me out. I'm just saying, could listen, I'm sitting here looking at some things that have convinced me to consider some other things, saying, okay, now I have to do away with all the things I think I know. If you think that me is as smart as I think I am, if you think it's easier for me than you and your Mormonism, you got another thing coming. I say you ditch Mormonism, I ditch my fucking science, and he, Drunken Surfer ditches his fundamental Christian, and we all just look at red words. Are we going to argue about what Jesus said? I don't know. It looks pretty true. No. Every time I read those red words, there was no question in my mind that whoever wrote those was legit. I didn't need any black word, just the red ones. That's it. I don't need nothing else. If I could have fucking walked with that my whole life, that's it. Why don't we just do that? Then we don't have to argue.
You know what? There's a lot of denominations and churches agree with you. But one thing I want to say, ask Surfer here, is what do you think of PPP seemingly having vanished now that people know that he was working with, someone who had really, really severe problems on a very dark level?
Well, I worry he might have gotten the monkeypox from Persept.
You worry he might have gotten the what now?
The monkeypox from Persept.
I
know why too.
Anal sex?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I feel Persept and PPP were in the room going, "Let's go, champ."
Let's go, champ. Yeah.
As they dominated each other.
Who was on top, do you think? Who do you think was on top? Who gave who the pox, though? Because one of them had it first. They both got it now, but one of them had it first before they were dumper pumping, before they got into that Nick Fuentes style dumper pumping action, before, PPP put on that rainbow mask of his and showed his true face.
Well,
dude, how pathetic is it that Worski's partnered up with PPP? I mean, and they're getting really low views. Worski used to get high shit, man. Now he's like low profile shit.
Well, that's going to backfire like fuck. I mean, Worski stabs everyone in the back when it's convenient. And if PPP doesn't get his ass back in front of that camera, I'm thinking Worski's going to snake pretty goddamn soon, because we all know the color of that serpent scales.
Yeah, I almost edited together a video calling out PPP on hypocrisy the other day, but I've been having second thoughts about it because I do genuinely worry about the guy not having.
No, do it.
Probably silly, I probably have too much of a bleeding heart.
No, Surfer. I gotta tell you, it's my job to recognize narcissists, and he's proven himself to be one. The guy you knew. That was an illusion. I really know it hurts, because I had to learn that with a dude I knew named Will. His name was actually Will Hyman. So his name was basically penis vagina. And that should have told me everything I needed to know about his character. But at the time, I was heavily
his name
involved.
is Will Hyman. Are you kidding me?
Wait a minute.
Yeah, Are you trolling me?
Nope. And he's a total fucking pussy who thinks he's in a rock band, but he can't play the guitar and his voice sounds like shit.
Dude, you win at the start line, like the start of the race.
I know.
Surfer
I know.
PPP,
and it gets more spreadful.
Dead wins. Your name is Dick Vagina.
I was heavily into.
He's non-binary, then is what you're saying.
Yeah, basically, and he calls himself Red Wolf online to give you an idea of the sort of faggot he is, right? And he was into Satanism and all this shit when I was into paganism, right? And he would do shit like smoke weed out of a Bible specifically because it was edgy, and I was always like, dude, I'm a pagan. Why would I find that? Why would I care whether you smoke weed with that? Because at the time I didn't give a shit about the Bible. I worshipped primarily Loki and secondary Odin as a binder deity. And I don't want to get into the specifics of how paganism works because it gets really, really kind of fucked up. It's basically witchcraft. But it's
a piece of shit.
Yeah, now
they think they're nature people, but they actually fucking do weird shit. But they were taught that. Hey, by the way, let me tell you something, a little secret. You want to know why the government hides the fact that praying is really, truly connecting through the star portal to different minds, as well as you can connect to
I know why. And I'd like to say it's because of some dark, nefarious god, but it's really, they're stupider than that. They just want to sell you shit. Satan doesn't want to be worshipped. It's much easier. Like the people who worship Satan, like they end up as losers. Like Anton LaVey, his daughter could not even use that reputation to be a successful stripper. Like the fact of the matter is, if you worship Satan, he'll make you his boot licks. He will literally have you licking his boots.
I was about to answer your question.
Hold on. He does not respect that, but the true people who serve Satan do so through their bellies. It's not your heart that serves Satan; it's your belly. Okay. He gets you by your belly.
This is important. It's fundamentally important given Joseph Smith's history. You need to understand.
Look, we know Joseph Smith liked to fuck. Look, I've got my own problems, but
Freemasons, Freemasons.
No, let's leave Joseph Smith's grave alone. Come on.
Hold on. Let me say something. Hold on. You wanted me to answer a question about who was God in the Old Testament. Was it the asshole voice in the sky that became pretty much of a prick? Or was it the snake in the tree who offered real eternal life? Did Satan lie? Or was the spiritual thing that your spirit is immortal?
I have an answer to that. Mormonism explains. Hold on. No.
Hold on. Hey, let me answer because you asked. All
right.
You asked a fucking goddamn mile ago, and I fucking forgot to give you an answer.
Well,
I'll give you an answer. You don't have to go to Yucatan. I did it for you.
The snake was acting on God's instruction.
Well, let me answer that.
Wait, please hear me out.
Shaggy, let him answer. Let him answer. Then I have a point. Then your turn, bro. But let him answer.
Okay.
There was another white hat that was high roller in the Masonic organizations, and his name was Zachariah Sitchin, and he used all his power to go to Iraq and places like that and learn how to read Sumerian, and he wrote the story of Enoch, and he wrote all of these things through what he gathered. And he completely fucking authored their motives into his own thing. So while, yes, we get true history, you got to siphon out all his motives and all the Masonic lodges motives, which were to motherfucking practice Luciferian so good and encoded through cipher methods that even Christians would fucking say, in this lodge, we believe in grand architecture and science. We believe in the numbers, and that's what we'll do. Let alone, hold on. So here's the thing. Now, you find out that the thing that forgives your transgression, as well as just the simple fact that you live, you need to repay that sinus rhythm or the sin, the measurement of life force in your heart by removing life force in hearts that you are entitled by God to eat. And that can forgive you. But a lamb is like dog years of forgiveness. So that ritual's nice and stuff. But if I'm an asshole, I can starve my family out by feeding God. Okay, now. So we're taught this through the line of Seth, through the Adam's son, who who was this? There was Abel and Cain, and then Adam
Hold on,
had
before
Seth.
you go any
Now,
further,
there's
I
two
just want to
Seths think
clarify.
of. I was able to track the Yucatan blood rituals all the way back to this fucking garden thing. And I was able to trace that the guy in the tree was 100% the evil motherfuckers. Because today we use the snake when we do blood rituals and meditate. And what we get back is technology, the Thule society.
Can I point something out?
Hitler figured this out, and Jews weren't being killed to wipe them out. Jews were the sacrifice of royal blood.
Agreed.
That's what
agreed.
But
here's the point.
There you go.
Like the point I wanted to make
now, Shaggy, and then your turn.
Well, yeah. The
blood of bulls and goats and sheep will never atone for the sins of man. We couldn't make it under the old law. That's why Christ was sacrificed.
But the point I wanted to make is
point, because I know the Freemasons twist the story and a lot of weird Gnostics.
Well, I'll tell you how.
I'll tell you how Freemasons think they're from the line of Cain. They talk about Lilith and weird things like that. But it's actually much more simple than that. If we read in Genesis 3, the man is sent from the garden. It says, and the Lord God said, behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand, and also take of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore, the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. Now, I think once we get to the New Testament, we learn that Jesus is the tree of life. And through Jesus's flesh and his sacrifice on the cross, we can eat of that tree of life, and we will live forever, because we ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the garden, and now we have the opportunity to eat of the tree of life. Another really prescient point in there is the cherubim. And in my mind, I think, and I'm no expert, I'm no theologian, but I think when it talks about that, how God put the cherubim and the flaming sword to twist in every which way, guarding the garden, I think that flaming sword is our pride and our ego. And because we think we know it all, and we don't seek God, and we don't seek the knowledge of God, our pride keeps us where we are and keeps us from eating of that tree of life. But all we have to do is get over that pride, eat of the tree of life, and we will have life everlasting.
So it was the truth leading you to the slaughterhouse that if you do it the wrong way, it's a lie that you're eternal. So
can I make my point now? Would now be a good time? Would now be a good time? I just wanted to point out.
It's your turn, Shaggy. Go ahead, bro.
That's a very few quick points. What Masons actually believe is at the time that Satan got Eve to eat the apple, he was actually still acting on God's behalf. They were not tricked. God had decided that was the time for them to leave. Time for mortality to begin, and Satan was still acting on God's instructions because God was watching. Satan couldn't have done any of that shit if God hadn't, allowed it. His authority in Eden was as it was in heaven, perfect and absolute, as was his omnipotence. Adam couldn't hide his nakedness, nor could Satan, hide what he was doing. So what Satan actually did, that got him cast out, happened, shortly thereafter. It was like a conversation between God and Satan about what would then happen to man. And Satan somehow insulted God. He said something that betrayed pride. I don't know what that is. You'd have to go deep into the lore of various religions to get into that, but that's what all Masons believe. Secondly, as to Masons being a satanic cult, the reason that is commonly believed is that the Catholics, once they had total control over, or at least dominant control over what was considered to be Christianity, really hated anyone else who claimed to have any authority for God. And many of the old pagan priests became Freemasons because they truly had converted. The pagan faiths had not died out at these times. These were not heretics. These were people who truly believed in Jesus Christ, right? But they were used to being high priests and important people. And so as high priests, they had, of course, had, the responsibility of building these beautiful temples to God. which the Catholic order then came in and said, okay, you guys are not priests, get the fuck out, you pagans. Well, they got sick of that and got sick of them, when these people also demanded to be paid for their work. They got burned alive and shit. So given that they were the people the Catholics were still forcing to build their temples, they started building secret chambers and secret temples beneath the temples and other things to practice their own version of Christianity. So really, Freemasons are just the first Protestants, and that's why they get so much shit about being satanic and everything.
I think actually their desire to be high priest is the flaming sword that we read about in Genesis, just like it is for the Jews.
Well, they were high priests. That was their job. That was their career.
From eating of the tree of life.
Well, what you need to understand.
Here's a hot take for you, Shaggy. I think that God wanted us to eat from the tree of life and have that everlasting life. And God knew that this was going to happen from the start when he gave us a soul. He knew we were going to transgress and eat from that knowledge of good and evil.
Well, I just want to say one thing.
I think that's an example. Well, hold on, just last thing. I think that's an example of Satan tries to subvert and bring us away from God. But in a lot of ways, it actually brings us closer to God. I think when we read about like the Babylonian conquest and the Assyrian conquest, it's not in good times when Satan has no power and we're following God that we turn to God. But it's when we turn from God and things get bad and Satan gets a foothold, well, all of a sudden things are bad and we turn back to God. Like we read about the Israelites turning back to God after the Assyrian conquest and the Babylonian conquest. And all throughout the book of Judges with the Philistines and a whole other host of nations. I think when Satan gets that foothold, it actually works to God's favor and brings true believers back.
Yeah. So here's the deal, right? The Freemasons, right? They were called Satanists and cultists and witches for a long time by the Catholics because the Catholics didn't like constantly finding secret congregations in their cathedrals and shit and saying, hey, what is the fucking carpenter doing preaching to the stonemasons? What the fuck is this? So they basically saw it and persecuted it as a cult. Now, after we reached like the 60s and Satanism became a trendy thing in the media and shit, yeah, you start getting people like the Skull and Bones Society starting free Masonic lodges and using ancient pagan rituals to, yes, actually worship Satan and, yes, actually sacrifice children. But Satanism didn't get heavily involved in Freemason until like it got heavily involved in popular culture to be a Satanist. And we have to remember that for the longest time, if there were any Satanists, they had to operate like terrorists do today. In the shadows. You couldn't just go out and say, hey, everyone, I'm a Satanist. There were no Goths in the medieval age. If you had gone out like a Goth, you would have been pitchforked to death before you made it down the street. And the guy who did it would have been thanked, right? Like the fact of the matter is you was not allowed to be a witch or some sort of special snowflake that claimed to have the power to hurt other people magically. People took that shit seriously. And if you did that shit, you ended up dead because people had other ways of killing shit that wasn't magical, like crossbows and swords and pyres.
Yeah, but in my mind, it doesn't matter if the Freemasons were like worshipped Satan as an entity in their formation.
So
what the Freemasons do is inherently satanic.
Because they oppose the Catholics?
What Freemasons do has always been deviated from what we read about in Christianity.
No, the Catholics
trust me, most of them have no fucking clue.
No.
Most of them don't believe a fucking thing. Hey, listen, most of them don't believe any of it to be anything other than a club full of just little rituals that don't matter. But rituals are sign language. If you don't speak or hear, let me ask you both a question. When you're by yourself, do you talk to yourself verbally, Surfer?
Oh, once in a while.
I got a problem with that.
Okay, but if you think it, if you think it,
when I was a kid, I used to get all hopped up on ecstasy and talk to myself in the mirror.
Well, when you think it, you use English too, don't you?
If I
you
keep
rely on
thinking
English
negative
to
shit
think?
for too long, I'll vocalize it openly, and
Yeah, but I've been trying to. I've been sort of procrastinating on my Hebrew, but I've been trying to learn Hebrew, right? And I try to think in it as well. What I sort of realized about learning other languages that makes it much easier. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
If you think about when you do think in yourself, in your head, if you're doing math, it's numbers. If you're thinking, it's English. Now, imagine the only language you know how to think with is sign language. Then when you pray, you're actually doing physical gestures. Now, if I teach children at my school that they can come flip you the bird and it means Jesus forgives, when they go out flipping people the bird, they can think all they want and believe me that it means Jesus forgives, but it will not change the consequences of running around flipping off everybody who knows what it means.
The consequences of that might actually be lighter than telling people Jesus loves you. People will actually respond with more hostility if they tell them Jesus loves you and if you flip them off.
Derail me. Don't derail me.
I'm just making a point. I'm just making a side point.
When you have someone performing a ritual of physical gestures that is a Freemason and thinks it's just a club and suit and ties and they have no idea what it really does, it is sign language to actually undo your covenant with the Jesus. So what you mean is I know white hats who believe themselves to be 100% true Christians, just like Shaggy does, but they're adopting something else and they're doing rituals and they have no idea they're doing sign language symbols that mean I agree to sell my fucking soul to the devil. That's what anything a Freemason touches does, whether he's aware of it or not, and only a fucking tiny % of them are aware of this. They all believe themselves to be Christian as fuck.
I think you're 100% right about that, Toxic, and I think that's a very good way of putting it. That's almost what I was trying to say.
Like me, Surfer, I believe I'm right. Just like me, Surfer, I believe I'm right. And I'm wrong about that.
Yeah. No, I think you're 100% right about that. And the reason they get stuck in it is because of the pride that's instilled into them from Freemasonry. And it really is that turning sword that's keeping them from eating of the tree of life. Because they have. So
are you telling me that the persona? Are you telling me the persona is a demon, Surfer? Are you telling me that persona they develop when they make a good man better is a demon?
Hold on. No.
I don't know if I'd use the word demon, but I'd say it's something that's satanic per se.
Now, I actually practice this stuff. I know a bit more about this than you guys are wrong on a lot of fronts here. Those rituals are not
Shaggy,
designed...
Can the psychology of it, can the psychology of persona, given your profession scientifically, can the psychology of persona actually fit hand in hand with the theology of a snake in a tree?
I am not permitted to. Look, I've been talking to my bishop. I'm definitely not permitted to be talking about that shit. But what I can tell you is nothing that the Freemasons or the Mormons do in regards to what you're talking about severs us from Christ. These are the
I know for a fact
we
it does.
No, it's how we unlock higher degrees. In fact, it's how we achieve.
So doing a ritual that's sign language to fuck off God. If you do a flipping middle finger at Jesus, and someone taught you that the middle finger at Jesus and blasphemizing his religion with all Freemasons deal of becoming their own Christ with the Hiram Abiff ritual, you mean to tell me because you believe that that is not a sign language, actual physical thing that actually manifests something about the covenant? And I understand it, and it would take fucking a lot of time for you to understand.
All I can tell you,
Freemason religion.
Look, all I'm permitted to tell you is that what we do in the temple is to help us achieve godhood, to unlock higher degrees of holiness.
Dude, I would teach a white hat a thing or two about symbolism, Shaggy. What do you think that the Freemasons taught secrets to fucking Mormons and you somehow know more about it than me? Because what?
No. Let me answer that question.
Shaggy, what you're describing is Luciferian belief. Like you.
Well, let me explain that.
That's on accident. It's just like a Freemason. Now, Shaggy, I love you, and I'm not trying to shut you. Hold on. I want Shaggy to know this isn't. All right, hold on, just real quick. I want to go ahead, Shaggy. I don't
What
want to
was
be
your
frustrated. Go ahead.
question? Please repeat your question real quick. It doesn't
Well,
matter.
I was just saying that all these Freemasons do believe 100%.
I remember.
Doing is
you
Christian,
wanted to know it was not.
Hold
on. No. I wanted to clarify something you said. It was not that the Freemasons taught Mormons. That's not how it was. Joseph Smith was a high-ranking Mormon seeking God, and God revealed to him because he'd already met Jesus and they'd already talked to him when he was 14. They came back and told him, well, no, this is only close to the truth, right? The truth is that these Freemasons have been keeping what secrets I have told them to themselves. You need to go out and bring as many people into the church as possible so that those who are worthy can know and that those who are not worthy can still be protected.
Whoa, those who are worthy, so you're keeping it to your Mormon selves. You're doing the same thing that Jesus told
hold
Joseph
on.
not to do.
We have a plan to save the unworthy. We're going to baptize you when you're dead.
Well, I'm glad you guys know the plan and you're not leaving it up to God to just say, deliver it to everybody, the good message. Yeah.
No, God is in charge. God is directly
for us that you do it after our death.
No. God is directly in charge.
I'm going to say this, Shaggy. There's 1,000 religions tainted by Freemasons who thought they could teach the sheep better than God could. And I have to say that you would be the one guy in history that chose the one good Freemason to follow who was right. And I'd have to say, I don't think the odds are with you, my friend, or not with you. I think you're smart trying to find this way. But the fact that it's tainted by a Freemason, I don't care, man. Reject it and go to just Jesus. That's it. Red words. That's it, man.
No. Joseph Smith was far more than a Freemason. He was the true prophet of God. Freemasons are basically white sorcerers. They're not going to hell, but the only level of degree of glory they could attain is basically the same as I have now. They're basically considered to be sorcerers.
If the devil repents, I still won't let him teach me. If the devil repents, I still am not going to let him be my teacher.
Was literally the greatest prophet to ever live. If you believe in Mormonism, then he was like, he will be like when Jesus is judging Peter, it will be like St. Peter and Joseph Smith will be at his sides. Like Joseph Smith literally was holy enough to meet like God and Jesus and a bunch of other people
Shaggy.
dead for a long time.
Shaggy,
like Moroni.
Shaggy, let me put this into perspective. Shaggy, I believe you. I believe that Joseph Smith was everything you just said he was. But you know what? I believe in Mormonism about that. But you know what else I believe? I believe that Islam was right to say the same exact thing about Muhammad, and Surfer's religion right to say the same thing about Jesus. And we're all worshiping the man. And maybe Jesus' message was worship that fucking selfless spirit of charity. And that's it.
Joseph Smith spoke on Muhammad. Joseph Smith said something about Muhammad. Joseph Smith said that Muhammad was a prophet sent specifically to lead one group of people, and that was, the people he was leading, the Muslims, or as he called them, the Mohammedans. That was what he thought they were called, because at that time they didn't have the internet. All he had were books by people who didn't speak Arabic. So he called them Mohammedans, and he said that, yes, they had a prophet, but he wasn't nearly as great as Joseph Smith and got a lot of shit wrong. Like, the end of days wasn't nearly that close, and he shouldn't have been fucking little girls.
Well, 2 points. So Jesus Jesus explains how he fulfills the scriptures. So if you truly believe the red words that Jesus said, well, then you'd believe the whole Bible, because Jesus says he fulfills the whole Bible, right? In those very red
contradicts
words.
certain points, like an eye for an eye.
Nothing in the Bible contradicts itself. And
an eye for an eye. The Bible, the Old Testament says an eye for an eye.
Other point, Shaggy, there's points for you.
What?
Right here in the end of the book of Matthew, in these very red words, in fact, and what Jesus teaches after he ascends from the grave, after the resurrection, Jesus says to the apostles, "Go therefore and teach all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Ghost, teaching them to observe all things whatsoever I have commanded you. And lo, I am with you always, even unto the end of the world." So right there in Jesus's teachings, Jesus says, don't do these things in secrecy. Go out in the world and spread the gospel of salvation to all the nations. You know, the very idea that Mormons practice these things in secrecy and Freemasons do these things in secrecy shows they're not doing what Jesus commanded and they're not following Jesus Christ. Because if they were, they would spread these things to all the world. But instead, they do these things in secrecy. And that's how you know the Mormon church isn't a Christian church, right?
Well, I'm sorry, I was responding to something in the chat.
All right, let me respond.
All right,
real quick.
Hold on. No,
Shaggy.
I've got
I
to
would say
respond.
the solution for that is to only. Okay.
You guys have a book, like the Bible is God's word. But back in the day, it was not so. The prophet was God's word. And as Mormons, we believe that we have a prophet. So regardless of what the book says, if the prophet says, no, ignore that right now, I don't care what that book says, we obey him. The prophet's word is
like literally, like Jesus himself and Paul and all throughout the New Testament, we read warnings of these false prophets to come that want to glorify themselves and become these weird cult leaders, right?
Well, that is why
we read about this again and again.
As the perfect religion, we thought of that. We knew what Satan would do there. So all of
you
our
also
prophets,
think, just like the Pharisees thought in John chapter 8 here.
All of the prophets.
I'll read that to you. No, I'll read it to you. Then said Jesus to the Jews which believed on him, if ye continue in my word, then ye are my disciples indeed. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. They answered him, we are Abraham's seed, and were never in bondage to any man. How sayest thou, ye shall be made free? Jesus answered them, verily, verily, I say unto you, whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin. And the servant abideth not in the house forever, but the Son abideth forever. If the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed. I know that ye are Abraham's seed, but ye seek to kill me, because my word hath no place in you. I speak that which I have seen with my Father, and ye do that which ye have seen with your father. They answered him and said unto him, Abraham is our father. Jesus saith unto them, if ye were Abraham's children, ye would do the works of Abraham.
Oh, you're going to call me the son of Satan again. I know
a man that hath told you the truth, which I have heard of God. This did not Abraham.
You're going to call me
ye do
son
the
of Belial.
deeds of your father. Then said they to him, we be not born of fornication. We have one Father, even God. Jesus said unto them, if God were your Father, ye would love me. For I proceedeth forth and came from God. Neither came I of myself, but he sent me.
He's
Why
talking
do you not
to you.
understand my speech? Even because ye cannot hear my word. Ye are of your father the devil, and the lust, and so on and so forth. But the Pharisees here, Shaggy, they don't think that they're following the devil.
They're
going to kill the Son of God. They think they're following God.
Well,
just like you think
but
we worship. Mormons think they're following God.
Yeah, but we worship Christ.
Right?
Yeah,
because
we worship Jesus Christ.
Said. In fact, the things you do are in direct contradiction of what Jesus
because
taught.
Your book says so. My prophet says your book is wrong, Surfer.
That you're following God, but you're not.
My prophet says your book is
wrong. But my book is math. 2 + 2 is 4, so fuck, you're both wrong.
Your prophet said that Jesus. Your prophet says that Jesus is wrong.
No, he did
so
not say. He said he talked to Jesus.
My prophet
My prophet said he talked to Jesus, and Jesus told him what to say. Actually, my prophet said he got what to say.
Your prophet talked to Jesus, and Jesus taught your prophet not to do the things.
That's why he's the prophet. That is
like that's silly. God isn't the author.
No, Jesus
doesn't say one thing in one corner and then another thing in another.
The prophet claims more than that.
The message is consistent.
The very
fact that your prophet teaches what goes against
I'll
the
type it in chat. All right, so let me just say this because this will blow your mind, right? the prophet says that he's actually met Jesus in person, in flesh, in a room in the Salt Lake Temple called the Holy of Holies. Jesus literally appears in person, and they communicate like you and I would communicate if we were in a coffee shop.
Well, you know who else said that, Shaggy? Marshall Applebaum of the Hell's Gate cult. And also David Icke.
No, he said there was a magical comet coming to pick them up. I know about that cult. I know about that cult. They had no fruits. They cut their fruits off. That was a castration cult.
They're full of shit. And they're the same false prophets we're warned about.
Don't compare my faith to a suicide cult. Don't compare my church to the ripoff of Jim Jones's organization. That's fucked. That's a Star Trek.
Well,
hey, you guys are talking about my prophet now. Hey, no, Applegate was my prophet.
To Jesus in Salt Lake City, Utah.
My prophet is also the world's leading heart surgeon.
Shaggy.
My prophet is also the world's leading heart surgeon. I doubt the world's leading heart surgeon would lie about meeting Jesus.
The Pharisees did many good works. I would argue that modern medicine isn't inherently a good thing. But that's a separate philosophical issue. I would argue that the best heart surgeon in the world isn't necessarily doing good by doing heart surgery. The last prophet was a warrior. To be honest. But, that's just my take on medicine. But regardless, it wouldn't matter if these were the best things in the world. He could do what many men deem as good, charity and all these medical procedures. But that doesn't give any credence to when he says he speaks to God, right? He speaks
him
to
being
Jesus
the prophet.
Directly, and he's
doesn't his craft use a snake?
We read
doesn't
in
his craft use a snake on a cross? Medical symbol is a craft with a snake on the cross.
Have blood on
his
their hands,
craft is satanic.
Fidel, like one thing I'll say for my faith, regardless of what you want to say about Jesus and all, the Mormons have historically always been the good guys. There's never been a situation where the Mormons were the fucking bad guys. That is a fact. That is a historical fact.
And without even getting into that, the way I can tell you that Mormons are the bad guys is when we read in the first epistle of the Corinthians.
And why are we always the persecuted? Why are we always those who are
now I
driven
beseech
from the
you,
home?
brethren, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that you speak the same thing, and that there be no divisions among you, but that you be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment. For it hath been declared unto me of you, my brethren, by them which are of the house of Chloe, that there are contentions among you. Now this I say, that every one of you saith, I am of Paul, and I am of Apollos, and I am of Cephas, and I of Christ. Is Christ divided? Was Paul crucified for you? Or were you baptized in the name of Paul? I thank God that I baptized none of you but Crispus and Gaius, lest any should say that I had baptized in mine own name. And I baptized also the house of Stephanus. Besides, I know not whether I baptized any other. For Christ sent me not to baptize, but to preach the gospel, not with wisdom of words, lest the cross of Christ should be made of none effect. So what we read there is that many people think they're saved by different men, and that these different men are sort of the intermediary between them and Christ. But that's not true. That's condemned here in the first epistle of the Corinthians.
I would like your opinion on
if your prophet tells you that he is the intermediary between you and Christ, you know he's full of shit, because there is no intermediary. Christ is the intermediary between you and God, and you're supposed to seek Christ, not the prophet of the Mormon temple. Of course, it's appealing for any man, especially a surgeon. Surgeons and people that work in the hospital are very prideful, and they think they're God's gift to humanity. And this guy that's the top heart surgeon, I'm sure he's full of pride. And I'm sure he wants to act like he's the intermediary to your salvation. But by him saying he's the intermediary to your salvation, you know he's full of shit. It doesn't matter how good of a heart surgeon he is.
Okay, so I want your opinion on something, right? Interestingly, whereas we don't have a lot of evidence historically for the life of many people mentioned in the Bible, we do have a lot of historical, non-biblical evidence for Judas. For example, we have his bill of sale for the Valley of Hinnom in which he killed himself. We know historically Judas did indeed, I forget what his position was, but it was high enough that this was recorded. he did indeed buy the Valley of Hinnom and hang himself in it shortly thereafter. And because of whatever was going on religiously, they couldn't cut his body down. I think they couldn't do work that day because it was the Sabbath. I forget what it was. But his body, for religious reasons, was up there for quite a while. Or it was just a day and then it rotted supernaturally. But whatever the fucking reason, we have a lot of evidence for Judas's life, what he did before he met Jesus, a lot of evidence of him. And whether this has something to do with Satan or not, he left quite a stain on the world. And one thing about him is he wrote a book that's not included in the Bible, the Gospel of Judas, in which, interestingly, he claims that during the Last Supper, Jesus laughed at all of his disciples and denounced them, except for Judas, and revealed that the only reason that he loved Judas, and in fact loved them above all the disciples, was because Judas had correctly guessed that Christ was an alien from the planet Barbello. And interestingly, this book, the Book of Judas, historians have verified it. It is actually something he wrote before he killed himself. It's been dated. You can look into this from historical sources, unless historians are lying again, like they are about the Nephites. But they admit this. The Book of Judas is apparently real. And it claims Jesus was a space alien. Now, of course, being a liar, Judas lied about shit like Jesus telling Judas to, betray him with a kiss, and where exactly the planet Jesus was from, because Barbello is likely a cursed planet, perhaps even the coordinates of hell itself, because we know, because of the prophet Joseph Smith, that Christ is in fact from Kolob, not Barbello. But we do know that Judas knew Jesus.
Okay, so
and we do know...
What's your question, Shaggy?
So what's your opinion on Judas's claim of Christ being an alien from a planet called Barbello?
Well, my opinion is that it's absolutely ridiculous that you would take your theology from the Book of Judas. It doesn't matter.
I don't. I just denounced it.
If Judas wrote that, that's even more damning that you take your theology from Judas instead of.
I don't take it. I denounce it.
You reject the writings of Paul, but you're taking the writings of Judas.
Why are you slandering me? I said I renounce that. I said that it is not a correct work because the correct planet that Christ is from is Kolob. So Barbello is probably a terrible place.
I don't know, Shaggy. I think that, your writings of Kolob, you may as well be taking your theology from the writings of Judas when you take them from the Mormon prophet.
Okay, so you believe...
I just think it's absolutely silly.
Follow up. So Judas wrote that before killing himself. Between buying the valley and killing himself, he wrote the Gospel of Judas. It was basically his suicide letter. Do you believe that he was lying? Well, I guess maybe he was told by Satan to create that before killing himself. But wasn't he killing himself because he regretted his actions? Well, I mean, if you believe the Book of Judas, he didn't even think he'd done anything wrong, and he thought he'd been ordered to kill himself.
Shaggy, what I'm saying is I don't care about the Book of Judas. The very fact that Judas would write that he was loved above all the apostles, we also read all throughout the actual Bible that God is no respecter of persons, and that all people are equal under the new covenant and in the eyes of God.
Judas said Jesus actually despised the other apostles, that he despised all of them except Judas, that the only person who made it to heaven...
That's how you know that's bullshit, because Jesus is the Son of God, and God loves all men and wishes for all men to come to God.
All right, so if I understand it correctly,
God is the respecter of persons. So this is just a silly argument, and I don't know in any regard how it justifies that the Mormon prophet is the
It doesn't.
arbiter.
I'm just bringing up the Book of Judas because it's interesting. Also, because it's interesting.
Well,
what about
complete, I think maybe that's called a non sequitur. I don't know myself.
But yeah, it's completely non sequitur. It's completely non sequitur.
As is this. Bring it up to
as is this. Well, because it's interesting.
I think it's pretty Jewish. I compare you to the Pharisees.
All right. But for the same
I'm
reason,
not Jewish. You're calling me
Oy vey, sir.
That when you're called out, you're showing.
Stop
You're showing
fetching.
directly from
All
scripture
right,
that you're
all right,
wrong.
all right.
You come out
But
with
in
a
all
non
seriousness,
sequitur.
in all
You know,
seriousness,
and a
what
non
about
sequitur of
what?
getting
Okay,
theology from the
okay,
book
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah,
Judas.
yeah.
Like
All right,
that,
I hear you. I hear you. But what about PPP and his current absence? Because I think we've had enough Bible study, at least for right now. I want to hear what your thoughts are on what's going to happen. What you knew the man. What do you think he will do in light of the fact that, because as and I just want to give my thoughts here on it. I think what he's doing is like what he did with Godwinson when he had this brilliant thing, the Ronnie Ralph thing that he was creating, but because he was throwing some fit only over some shit that only made sense to him, basically being a diva, he fucked his reputation and delivered himself a massive L. Do you think that's what's going on right now? That there's a bunch of behind the scenes drama between him and Worski that is soon to be leaked, that he's burned a bridge or that he's been snaked. What do you think is going on there?
Well, could be. I think it's a bit of a mischaracterization to say that he took a big L when he had that fight with Godwinson. Because when he had that fight with Godwinson was on the night that we did the third Shaggy stream.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Shaggy streams and the Simpspiracy streams were what really boosted PPP's career.
You know, that
Shaggy
like
stream, took a big L over that.
There
right?
was so much.
And I think he probably does communicate with Godwinson since that. I mean, it could be similar to when Gahul came out with the Gunspiracy video, and PPP just disappeared and put out Squire videos for a couple weeks to distract from what just happened. I mean, something like that could be happening, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. To be honest with you, Shaggy, the guy blocked me on Discord. He blocked me on Twitter. He's blocked me on every form of communication for probably 6 months ago. So I have no idea what he's thinking, where he's at, what any of his motivations are right now.
Well, my motivation, I'll tell you my motivation is partially, and I want to be honest with you guys here. I do like to A-log Ashton. I feel someone should, and I wish someone with more influence and talent than me would do it. But it is good to have you on here so that I can ask you about what might be going on there. Because when Grossly brought that up, I hadn't been paying attention. With all the shit going on in my life, I just don't have time to pay attention to the chemotherapy casino. Right? I just don't have time to pay that much attention to when fucking Pastor Ashton decides to waddle into the fucking casino and deal with fucking that snake he's adopted. But it turns out, yeah, he's vanished. He's not doing his usual show. The shows are being canceled, delayed, whatever. I imagine whatever he's doing on Come Load or whatever it's called, that stopped too. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I think you're right that there is a lot of opportunity in A-logging PPP. I think that one of the things that brought PPP to prominence as a creator was he made fun of Ethan Ralph really before it was cool, when anyone was doing it effectively. Where I think your mistake there is saying that you wish someone with more talent and more whatever than you would do it, because that's your opportunity, Shaggy. That's my opportunity. That's if we do that first and we do a good job of it, well, we have first mover advantage. PPP has become the new Ethan Ralph, and if we hop on that before anyone else, there is a lot of opportunity.
And I want to say something on that. The thing about that is he really did become the new Ethan Ralph, but before that, he wasn't even PPP, because he'd become the new Hollywood god, who's someone I never watched. But when I saw how similar the accent is and even the inflections, I realized what you were saying was actually very true. He cannot come up with anything original. What he does is he takes things that he's seen and he tries to imitate it. And sometimes he's actually really good, and he's got a personality on him. So when he does it properly, when he finds something he can work with, he does it really well. But like Satan, like the devil, he can only imitate things that God has created. He can produce nothing of his own. And I think that the reason he has that, the reason he is that way, is that's supposed to be a lesson from God about his character. If he ever wants to truly be a preacher, he needs to set aside some of these desires to become basically, I think with You know, the reason I started A-logging him when he did that stream where he glutted himself in the Tim Hortons, that disgusted me, not because he had given up on the weight loss, but because, quite frankly, you know, he was talking about how much he thought Justin Bieber was cool, and he wasn't doing it ironically. He really does think that being some slime ball who is fake as fuck and pisses on the people who believe it, that's who he wants to be, because he has contempt for himself. And when he has
something funny on that note, buddy, I used to knock doors with, fucking sold shady energy contracts to like all of Justin.
Hold on. I got to interject.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
What if I've seen Justin Bieber do a performance totally acoustically where he totally dropped all the persona, and I would have to ask everybody, what if our perception of our little demigods and prophets is exactly the same as his perception of Justin Bieber right now? You're judging a persona when I've seen the real thing, and that motherfucker is a goddamn miracle sometimes when he wants to play. And I've seen the real person behind all this fakery. What if Jesus was, hold on, what if Jesus was trying to teach us this? If Jesus was trying to teach us this and we failed? What if we failed? What if our whole religion is a failed attempt?
I have an answer, because if that was the test, I know what I'd write on the answer. If that was the test, I know what I'd write on the answer. When I became a Christian, I sold myself into slavery to the King of Kings. I am but a slave to Christ. And when Christ doles out his gifts, everything that is his, you know, he gives that to his children, which is us, which is why it is a good thing to sell yourself into Christ's service. So when I have been told, serve this house, serve this master, so I will not be judged by what my master does. I will be judged by how I serve this house, which is why I will not abandon the Mormon church unless it abandons me, because I must serve the master that Christ has sent me to. If the prophet does evil, as Balaam did, surely then he shall be judged as an evil prophet. And few men are so damned as that. Perhaps no men are so damned as that. But I shall be judged as a servant is judged, and I am first and foremost a servant of Christ. If the prophet does not serve Christ faithfully, he shall be judged by that. It's his job to teach me what Christ says. I shall simply be judged by my desire to serve
like
Christ.
Jesus literally taught to call no man master except for God, Jesus, right? Like the very idea that you're calling the prophet of Mormonism.
No, the prophet is the regent. Christ is the master. I did not sell myself into slavery to the prophet. I sold myself into slavery to Christ. Christ doles out what is his to his servants, and he told me to, in his name, be a servant to this church. The church is run by the prophet. But he didn't,
Shaggy. You're not saved by Cephas or Apollos or Paul. You're only saved by Christ. You need not have any other masters.
Agreed. And Christ, my master, told me
to study your Bible. That's why I implore you to do your own Bible studies on Sunday.
King has generals. A king has generals and other high-ranking officers, and the people beneath the king, the peasants, they obey only the king. But that king's authority is delegated to many of his most trusted servants. One of the Christ's most trusted servants is the prophet.
But Shaggy, like the reason why the Israelites in the Old Testament couldn't hold God's law was because of that centralized structure. The reason why the Catholic Church has failed is because
they had the wrong prophet.
And that's why through Christ, we're now under a decentralized kingdom of men from all nations that would believe. There needs not be a king or a general that's the intermediary between you and Christ. Like it's literally.
I want to respond to Fidel.
You just have to seek Christ on your own.
I want to respond to Fidel there. Look, Fidel, PPP. If you want to see who he really is, look at Grim Cheers when PPP had a massive breakdown and started doing penis puppetry. Okay. The fact of the matter is that there's a reason he's so obsessed with getting anyone he works with to, expose their genitalia. That's because he did it. He needs you to do it too, so he doesn't feel abnormal or weird. Okay. He's trying to get other people to imitate his sins and wallow into the same pit that he did so that he doesn't feel like he's weird for doing it. That's all that is. So I'm not at all scared of.
Well, I don't know if you're right about that, Shaggy. I mean, I was exposing my penis way before I ever met PPP, and that was sinful.
Yeah, but he was happy to see you do it.
PPP wasn't the one that coaxed me to do that. It was just some unheard of thing.
In any
yeah,
case,
very good.
In any case, like my point with that is that. And I don't know the man you do, but my take on Ashton, and Ashton is more than willing to go at people and psychologically evaluate them and judge them based on only knowing them on the internet. He wants Ethan Ralph to die, and he's only met Ethan Ralph on the internet. And even then, only briefly. So my whole point is that I don't see Ashton as some great entertainer. If anyone here was a great entertainer, they'd be on TV. Okay, the only person who had a chance at that was Jim, and he squandered it because the real Jim is, newsflash, nothing like the slender man in the baseball cap. Okay, that's not the real Jim. Is someone you probably wouldn't want to know, because if he can be that funny and he doesn't have like some sort of career as a celebrity or someone in media, there's a reason for it. The rest of us have, like, if we're at all known to Ethan Ralph's level, Ethan Ralph could have been like a local television celebrity or something. But honestly, he's probably going to be more well remembered, which is really your legacy, not the money you make, but the name you have. Ethan Ralph's name will long outlast him. He's part of internet history, if anyone here is. But like my whole point with this all is that I don't see Ashton as beyond my ability. All I need to do to A-log him is point out that his content sucks, is point out how soilently gleeful he gets whenever something bad happens to a man that he's never fucking met, to point out that the fact that he finds the situation Ethan Ralph's children are in to be hilarious. These are infants. He is laughing at the misfortune of infants. And he does not even fucking realize it. That's the man I'm
yeah, and when he's talking about going to meet up with Xander and like hold Xander in his arms and like
that's nothing.
That's
the man I am A-logging.
The man tells Xander that he's his real father. Like, that's off the misfortune of a child, and that's just like psychotically evil.
Yeah,
like, that's just absolutely
Ashton.
But I would disagree on your
psychoanalysis
of Ashton.
I would be almost willing to pay for all of us to do this. If you really want to make great content out of this little battle between Drunken Surfer and PPP and Mormon, and maybe I'll step in and like kick that fucker when he's down. I think we need to hire some really trashy, ugly hookers. Basically, it's like,
I don't go IRL.
Basically, it's like, hold on, don't cut in.
Let him finish, Shaggy. Let him finish.
Don't cut in. Hold on. I'm serious. I'm not fucking joking about this. Remember Leon Lush, how he got with like Rice Scum and all these other, and they did this challenge to win things. And what if we did a different kind of challenge where we're like going to court, the court of YouTube opinion. We're going to go meet someplace. We're going to go meet this fucking person. Now we get to pick our 5 fucking mud wrestling women, right, in bikini. And he gets to pick his 5 as long as they're genuine or at least look enough female to pass off. Then we will agree to mud wrestle each individually his 5 women, unquote, and then he agrees to mud wrestle our 5, quote, women, and whoever pukes first loses. I'll pay for that shit. Anyway, man. We could have some cool content.
So the reason I think that, honestly, PPP would ultimately, he's not, like, the reason I see through his illusion now was when it really shattered, when the mask fell off completely, was when he started talking about how cool it would be to hang out with Josh in Jamaica. I mean, really? You want to hang out with Jersh? I don't think Jersh wants to go to Jamaica with you. I gotta be real. I don't think. I think Jersh's idea of paradise is the fucking Siberian wilderness where you can live the fuck away from other people.
Well, I don't want to hang out with Jersh, not because it would be fun to hang out with Jersh, but just because I'm probably on enough lists as it is.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I don't need to be on Interpol.
Who the fuck? Like, I gotta be honest.
As an international terrorist,
I know nothing against Jersh, but from what I know of Jersh. Unless you like, the word Jersh likes to hang out is in front of his computer. That is who he is proud to be. If I have any understanding of the man at all, this is a man who not only has he never had sex, he does not want to have sex.
Well, he has trouble. He has trouble maintaining an erection because
Well,
he
I
was
feel I
circumcised.
will.
Remember, he can't.
You
He's
know what?
not pleasured by intercourse.
So do I, but
Now,
that's because my
if
dick's so big I pass out when I do.
If he has actually got erection issues, I don't think that's something that's fair to make fun of. You know, I pray for him on that. That must be a hard thing for a man to live with. I'm not heartless.
Well,
but,
not Jersh. Jersh is content hanging out on his straw pile,
and that's the reason I think that Jersh has no interest in going to Jamaica to smoke weed with PPP and Andy fucking Worski. I don't want to go smoke weed with PPP and Andy Worski. I don't think Jersh does either.
No, you're fooling yourself, Shaggy. You surely would. Like Worski,
PPP is a Democrat.
I surely would not. I'd have to be honest. The old PPP, I would have loved to have a beer with him, hang out with him. Absolutely. I'd like to have a beer with you in the Dymo. That would be fucking based. Or, you and Toxic. You and Toxic, that would be
the whole council together on the beaches of Jamaica.
Oh, that would be an epic stream. That would be an epic fucking stream. But like I noticed, and I just want to point out that Warhammer, you're never going to get a word in here. There's no way you'll ever be able to keep up with this.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yeah,
the champ is here.
The champ isn't fast enough to get a single hit in on this one. Me, you, and Toxic here, there's no opening for him. If I hadn't even opened the door for you just now, you never would have gotten a chance. And it's already gone. Toxic, do you have anything to say?
People can hear me very clearly. Oh no, people can hear me very clearly.
So
I'm very interested in writing.
Warhammer wants to talk, but nothing to say. But nothing comes out when it reaches the lips. It's just a bunch of gibberish. Come on, you remember that one.
I'm interested in James Strain. I'm pretty interested in the prophecies.
All right, actually, you might be trolling me here, but Mormon history. I like that. I do like Mormon history, and I'll tell you a bit about James Strang. Well, James Strang didn't like Brigham Young very much, right? And that's actually interesting. One of my heroes, John C. Bennett, met James Strang. So we'll start with that. John C. Bennett was Joseph Smith's best friend, but the problem is they were both pussy hounds. And John C. Bennett sometimes would fuck the girls that Joseph Smith was after, and Joseph Smith would sometimes fuck the girls that John C. Bennett was after. And this caused them to have a lot of fights because John C. Bennett was this famous scientist and a war hero and all this other shit. And Joseph Smith was really only popular with the Mormons. So John C. Bennett sort of thought he should be the prophet. Well, Joseph Smith had Rockwell beat the shit out of him and kicked him out of the church. And he came back and was part of the church again. But they had another fight over pussy. So Rockwell beat him up again and chased him off. Now, John C. Bennett was pissed and he went to the 1800s version of the internet, which was basically people writing letters, and started writing like how he was going to murder Joseph Smith and drink his blood and piss on his bones and shit. Right. And this was considered really edgy. And everybody laughed at John C. Bennett for getting involved with Mormons and getting kicked out for doing John C. Bennett shit that they all knew he would do because he had a reputation for this. Much like Joseph Smith. And, he got really pissed and everybody A-logged him really hard. And he nearly went nuts. When Joseph Smith was actually murdered, John C. Bennett was at first suspected of doing it, but since everyone saw it happen and John C. Bennett was nowhere near there or in any way involved, he was immediately like, they didn't even bother him. So when he read that in the news, he did like a happy dance all across Boston, all the way to wherever the fuck Joseph Strang was, and promptly said, "You're the prophet now. Hey, Joseph Smith was a bastard, wasn't he? Let me be your general. Let me be your guy." And Strang was like, "No, I like Joseph Smith. It's Brigham Young who's a bastard." And John C. Bennett was like, "Well, fuck you. I'll go hang out with them then." And he went over to Brigham Young, and Brigham Young said, No, don't even try it. I will fucking kill you. I will fucking have you killed. And so he was like, whoop, no. So he went to Sidney Rigdon, and Sidney Rigdon was like, there's no fucking way we're letting you in here. So he went back to Strang and said, look, no one else will have me. Can I join your group of Mormons? And Strang said, well, all right. And then John C. Bennett was let in, and he fucked a bunch of people's wives and was kicked the fuck out. And as shortly after that, John C. Bennett may have had actually something to do with the assassination because, despite claiming he was the prophet, Joseph Strang could not predict the fact that he was about to be shot in the back of the head on a dock and shortly thereafter, all of his followers, men, women, and children, would be brutally assassinated, murdered in a mass extermination by the Baptists. I think this was in Missouri. The Missouri Baptists murdered every man, woman, and child of that congregation, which is why anyone claiming to be a Strangite today. Well, okay, Michigan, right. I'm not a historian. I'm just a Mormon. But that is why any Strangite, anyone claiming to be a Strangite today is a LARPer. They're all dead. They died because they followed a false prophet. Now, they probably went to heaven because they were good people.
Yeah, all Mormons are LARPers, bro. I only followed half that story, but it's silly to say a certain sect of Mormonism is LARPers. So you really think they all LARP as Christians, bro?
Well, hold on. I sacrificed my fucking job and my fucking. I may have sacrificed like my lawsuit. You really think I'm a LARPer with the amount of shit?
There's a prophecy in the book of Isaiah
for straying from God's word. You know, I believe God created the universe to be very orderly, like almost like the Pythagorean conception, right?
I mean, you don't think
perfectly mathematically.
Well, let me just say,
when you turn away from God, bad things happen, right? So because bad things happen, that's evidence.
Job didn't turn away from God, and there's a
maybe you're being punished for the LARP, bro.
Here's the thing, right? Do you like? So you really think I don't really?
Brigham Young was a faggot. James J. Strange.
That's great. Yeah, that's very relevant. So, Surfer, you think that I'm actually?
You tell him, Warhammer. You tell him, bro.
No, I'm not really interested in hearing. But if you think I'm a LARPer that I don't really believe in the Latter-day Saints Church, I'm really disappointed.
No, I think you do wholeheartedly believe in the Latter-day Saints Church. I think if anything,
that's all I wanted. Then I'm not a LARPer.
And every other Mormon are LARPing as Christians.
Well, then you can
call
me a cultist.
One sect of Mormonism are LARPers is silly. Every Mormon there is on this planet is a LARPer.
This is something, Surfer, this isn't fair to stab me with this, because the fact of the matter is I was happy calling myself a Mormon and saying, I used to say when Monson was around that Mormons aren't Christians and Christians are not Mormons. But our current prophet says that we can no longer call ourselves Mormons and we have to say that we're the true Christians. I did not want this invasion, and I'm sorry that we're doing this. I really am. I feel like we invaded your territory and you have every right to be pissed off at us. But I
literally don't care, right? Like out of love, I'm trying to help you convert to the light of Christ so that you're not doomed to eternal damnation.
Christ wouldn't want a Judas.
Right? I'm trying to help you see that it's a LARP, right?
You know,
you've admitted that Mormonism is LARPing as Christians because you said that Mormonism didn't always identify as Christians. They decided to change and they decided to LARP.
Well, I wanted.
Why is that? They've obviously done that to subvert.
I'll answer. No, I have an answer. Right, Warhammer. We do not call ourselves. At least under Monson, the idea was we don't call ourselves Jews. We call ourselves. They called themselves Christians during the apostasy, but now we call ourselves Mormons because we have the prophet Joseph Smith, which is something other Christians don't have. They have no prophet. They just have their records. They just have their books. So they're not really talking to Jesus like we are. And I do.
We don't need a prophet, Shaggy, because we have Jesus. Like you guys literally don't have Jesus because you've turned from Jesus and worshiping.
No.
You believe like the Corinthians believed that they are of Cephas or they are of Paul or they are of Apollos.
There's a prophecy in the book of Isaiah that relates to prophecy in 2nd Nephi that talks about Joseph's staff, and allegedly that predicts the coming of Joseph Smith.
That's pretty cool.
Joseph.
I don't recall Joseph having a rod, but if Joseph had a rod, that's cool. I bought a rod. My rod is a pimp cane that's also a battle axe. It should be arriving in the mail tomorrow.
We all have a rod.
Yeah, mine's 8 inches. I've got 8 inches of rod for the ladies.
What are you going to do with your battle axe? Are you going to take it to the Seneca organization, bro, and tell them about blacks and Jews?
The dick is not what makes the man.
No, I'm going to, well, of course you'd say that, but I'm going to take it around the park and become known as that creepy guy.
What makes the man is his principles.
All right. Well, actually, I do agree with that. I unironically agree with that. But I'm going to walk around the park. You see, I have this park near my, like nearby to, well, relatively near where I live. I can drive down there. and I'll basically walk around there and pray to God. That's how I sort
So
of.
you're gonna creep around the park with a battle axe while
Yes.
families are trying to play with their kids.
Yes, and when people say something,
and they just have to see this masked man lurk
and
through
if
the park
people
with a
say
battle
something,
axe,
and
really,
when
that's a good idea, bro.
and yes, and when concerned parents say something, because they're the cuckiest parents in this area, they're the most cuck San Francisco parents. And when a Karen or a cuck daddy comes up and says something to me, I'm going to turn to him and I'm going to say, well, actually, sir, it's a pimp cane. And would you like to hear about the word of Christ as told by Joseph Smith?
Yeah, that'll convert them.
Yeah.
Actually, Toxic, I posted this in chat.
Intermission for Shaggy.
But I was going to say, why don't we settle this all over a little Shimmy versus Madman Shaggy freestyle battle?
Because I don't rap, Surfer. Last I checked, I was a white man.
Come on, Shaggy, give it a go.
No, I'm not going to do tard art for you, Surfer. I know.
Let me try it.
Little Shimmy is the king, bro.
Hold on.
Oh yeah. Little Shimmy can have that crown. He can have that Burger King crown all day. I'm not going to rap for you. That's not going to fucking happen.
Shaggy is a Mormon. Bend him over. Give him some Mormon. How's that? That's just one line.
Rap is really gay.
Sorry.
That's all I got to say.
Don't want more.
Now just go away. Okay, there you go.
Well, there you go, Shaggy. See, you got it. Now let's hear some bars, bro.
No, that was it. Rap is really gay. That's all I gotta say. Now go away.
Well, if you can do that,
that
bend over and you can pray.
That was my statement on rap. It's really gay, and that's all I have to say on it. Now
bend over. You can pray to my big snake while it gives you.
I'm currently trying to. I bought one of those Zelda ocarinas. I bought one of those Zelda ocarinas, and I'm trying to learn the ocarina. Maybe I'll do some ocarina music if I ever don't suck at it, but I'm definitely not gonna fucking do tard art. That's not gonna happen. I'm not Cyrax. I know people wish I was Cyrax, but as much as you hate me, I'm not actually fucking retarded. I'm not gonna do rap for you. I'll preach at you. All fucking day.
Why do you wear a mask after you fell out of your RV? Did you cut your face?
No, my bishop says that he does not want me showing my face on this side of the internet. And they didn't mean that, what he meant by, and he clarified because he said that sounded bad. What he meant by that was he doesn't want me to actually be just doing this sort of shit without, for example, he wants me to do Grossly Offensive does it. And I don't really like censoring myself. When I first came on YouTube, my handle wasn't Mormon Shaggy or Madman Shaggy or Dissident Gospel or any of that shit. I was using my real name. And I was just preaching. There was no jokes, no character, none of that. I would just stand there with the Bible. Well, okay, I did a little bit of A-logging of this guy, David the Bard. Now, David the Bard is an undiscovered lolcow, and I just want to tell you a little bit about him. He obsesses over the Mormon Church, or at least he did back in the day. He may have changed now. When I got, when this count, I'm not going to say I'm ban-evading.
So you decided to gang stalk him like a Scientologist?
Well, no. I'll explain.
Someone blasphemes the Church's Scientology, they gang stalk them? Is that what you tried to do to poor David?
Well, hold on now. As with all lolcows, he's God is Lord. David the Bard is an old man who, he has periods where he loves the Mormon Church, and then he has periods where he is their biggest enemy and shit, right? And I don't know which way he is right now. But when he hates the Mormon Church, he goes into these and the truth is he's schizophrenic. And when he goes into these schizophrenic spirals where the church is the bad guy and he becomes an atheist, he will say really fucking, we don't know if it's true because he's fucked in the head, right? But he'll say that his son is a pedophile, and back in the day, he would watch his son run around the house with dick in hand going, zoom, 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 and all this really, he will just say the most horrific shit about his kids, and we don't know if it's true, but his family has responded and said, look, this David was a terrible father. He's a terrible fucking person. Whenever he tries to be a Christian, he is the most false, phony piece of shit. And whenever the church gets sick of it and won't give him something he wants, like an endowment, for example, he becomes the Mormon church's biggest enemy and declares that he will wage a war on the Mormon church for the rest of his life. And if you watch his channel, it's like with all lolcows, I don't really need to justify that he's a lolcow. As with all lolcows like Warhammer here, all you have to do is like look and you kind of see it.
Shaggy, he doesn't sound like much of a lolcow to me.
Well, he doesn't, but it's like
the name of the Mormon church.
Well,
he said something bad about Mormons. It was but
he's an atheist. He also he'll attack you guys too. Don't think he loves Jesus. He's an atheist and talks what he's in his. He either loves the Mormon Church and thinks he's the greatest Mormon who's ever lived, or he's an atheist. So at no point is he in agreement with you. So I don't.
Yeah, but you either love the Mormon Church, Shaggy, or are a pagan. So you're not much.
Well,
different.
no, I either love the Mormon. I'm not going back.
You ought to take the plank out of your.
What do you think of the gender?
That is slander. The next stop for me is actually what you preach, Surfer. I would literally, just as a joke, get baptized into the Church of Christ if I left this church. And that's
I can't
even know before you try to preach, Shaggy, study your Bible. I think
I run a fucking let's be real.
You desire to learn that knowledge and you take it in with an open heart and a critical mind, I think that you will learn it, and then you'll be in a good place to preach.
You know what? A Mormon friend of mine explained that the difference we had, because he listened to that stream and he told me that it's not called a sermon. What I'm doing is called testimony. I do not, in fact, have the qualifications to give a sermon. That is something that you need a lot of skill, but I can give something called testimony. And that is, in fact, what I will be doing on my channel.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, before you give testimony of Christ, maybe learn the first thing about Christ by studying your Bible, and then you'll be in a place to give testimony.
I do tune into you. You're talking to your own fucking audience, Surfer. I tune into your Bible study. I skip my Sunday school now to attend your fucking Bible study.
Yeah, me and chat, and you too. We all try to learn the Bible together, because none of us are perfect. We're seeking that knowledge, right? But I'm not out there like pretending I'm the most learned man and preaching sermons or giving testimony. I'm trying to learn the Bible and seek that knowledge. I just implore you.
Why is Taste of Ashes saying I'm not a Christian? Why do people keep hitting me? Why do people pick on Mormons? We are not bad people. They're better people than I am. If I'm the example of a Mormon, of course we look like shit.
Bro, you're not a Christian. You're a Mormon.
No, look, like you can't deny that Mormons, and I'm not an example of this, okay? I'm someone who wants to be a Mormon, but people who are raised in the church are cleaner, better people than like 90% of everyone else. I aspire to that, but they're right when they don't.
That's very prideful. That's very prideful.
Really?
Yeah, you must have took it out of context.
Is it like I literally just say that I literally just said they're right to keep me out of the temple. I mean, I don't think that's prideful of me. I'm saying that despite the fact that
what I said was your idea that Mormons are like somehow cleaner and better than everyone else.
They're a sacred order. They're like
that's a prideful thing,
give death baptism to my family do. And then you wanted to murder my mother.
My words, and you try to give these fucking non sequiturs or whatever to try to prove a point, but it just sounds like silly nonsense. It's just something you're spewing out quickly, right?
Well, a lot of people tell me mentally ill. A lot of people say I'm fucked in the head, and if that's the case,
and that pride that Mormons teach that they are somehow better than everyone else,
Surfer,
more worthy of God than everyone else. Can I just from God? Like, that's literally the flaming sword that we read about in the third chapter of Genesis.
I may be.
That's all I really have to say, Shaggy. I think you'll see these things also. I do have a lot of faith in you. And I think that with study of your Bible, you will come to this light also. And then I think you'll be in a great place to give testimony. And I look forward to those streams. But I implore you to study first, bro.
Well, look, dude, like my whole point is that I may be wrong or even fucking nuts like that. But I do love Jesus, and I would think that that would be enough to save me if what you guys are saying is true, that all you need is the love of Christ. Well,
the Pharisees said they loved God and then crucified Jesus, right? It's really the same.
Yeah, but I say,
you'll see that. I know you're not going to take my.
But how the fuck am I saying? But I'm not denouncing Jesus. That's Judaism. I accept Jesus Christ. I mean,
who needs
Mormonism.
endowment anyways?
There is only one Jesus.
You have grace in Christ.
You proclaim, Shaggy. You proclaim
Jesus had
the
3 wives.
They're in
Hold
direct
on, I was trying to
contradiction
chat.
to the teachings of Jesus.
Jesus
shows
was a polygamist.
that you're not seeking Jesus.
Hold on.
You're
Jesus
saying the name Jesus, but you're not a follower.
Well, watch. I'll defend Jesus right now. Jesus was a polygamist, and he had 3 wives. He was not a celibate man. He never preached celibacy.
That's literally what I mean, right? Like you preach a separate Jesus than we read about in the Bible. So you're not following.
It never said he had no kids.
You use the name Jesus Christ all day long, but you're not talking about Jesus Christ as much as you want to self-identify. You're just like the Pharisees that thought they were following God, and I'm sure they truly believed that with all their heart. But their pride blinded them from eating from the true tree of life.
Do you really believe that Jesus did nothing of relevance for vast periods of time, just years and years? No, there's lots of stuff that we don't know about Jesus because it wasn't recorded.
And you don't need to know. We don't need to know. We actually read about that in the Gospels. That Christ did many miracles that we don't read about.
The Romans thought we didn't need to know.
Included is what is relevant. None of that hints that Jesus was polygamous or Jesus said one thing and then said another to the Mormons, right?
The Romans decided
these things that you say are in direct contradiction to the Romans, you know, the Catholics. Well, the Catholics why decided, we know you have no idea what you're talking about. You will have an idea what you're talking about if you study your Bible with an open heart
no need to
and
know,
a critical mind.
There needs to be a rap.
The Catholics said we had no need to read, though.
You just want to pretend like you're a righteous man, and you refuse to even study the Bible. And how you justify it? All I'm telling you is study the Bible, study the Word of God, and you will come to the light. If you don't, that's your pride that's holding you back, and that's up to you. No one can do it for you. But I implore you not to be so prideful and to learn.
Look,
the one Jesus Christ.
Okay,
that you may be saved. That's what I'd like to see for you, because I have love for you as a brother.
Is it really pride if I've been like as you have said, you believe that me when I say I truly believe in the Latter-day Saints Church, and for some reason, is that Angus? Angled Angus doesn't want to be in here. I don't know why you put him in here. Why do you? Anyway. So, anyway.
Okay, you got one more point, Shaggy, because I'm taking off. Give me one more point.
Yeah, my dad is.
I'm going to go.
My dad gets pissed.
Thoughts, bro.
My dad gets pissed when I call him Angled Angus. He doesn't want me training him to answer to that again. But, my point is, the Romans decided what we would need to and not know. The Catholics who decided we didn't even need to read the Bible and decided to keep it in a dead language long after that language had stopped being used by the people.
That's not entirely true, actually.
Well, I'm just saying what I know. I'm not the arbiter. Look, I can only give you Shaggy's opinion. You want the truth? Go seek the Dalai Lama or the Guru or the Man on the Mountain. I don't know. Or the prophet. I sought the prophet, right? The prophet, that was my choice. The prophet would look like the right one, but you might like the Guru. I don't know. Join Aleph or Aum Shinryoku or whatever the fuck they call themselves these days. But my whole
point, that's specifically what I mean, Shaggy. My
point was you either believe. Right? Well, yeah, you either believe that I truly do believe in the Mormon faith, or you believe that I'm seething and coping and prideful. Those are two.
I think you 100% believe the Mormon faith, but
then I'm not coping and seething and prideful.
Over California every time.
It's something that's subversive and completely different than Christianity.
Sponge, I am not a heretic. I may use that term jokingly, but I am not a heretic. That is not. I may be a Jack
Texans
Mormon,
have bigger dicks than Californians.
What?
out it.
Texans have bigger dicks than Californians.
Well, I mean, I guess it must be true because Warhammer would have far more knowledge about men's dick sizes than I would. He'd be an expert in that. So if he says, like, he's seen a lot of Californian dick, and
you're the one that repeatedly makes a mantra of suck my dick, suck my dick.
Like, no,
that's
dude, I'm not into dick. That's your thing. But this is a stream
Well,
about
he
Jesus
might
Christ.
check.
And also, James J. Strain, the inventor of the
Yes,
first
before
typewriter,
you
admitted
study
that
the
James
Bible,
J.
but I'm
Strain,
not
right.
the
The inventor of the first typewriter admitted that the Voric plates were actually probably true.
I know many children.
And there is a letter from Joseph
Yes,
Smith
yes,
that said
right, of course,
that James J. Strain was the successor.
The audience really cares. But my point is that I'm sure you've molested a lot of children and seen a lot of dicks, but this is a stream about the Lord Christ. And now you've scared off Surfer with your blasphemy. Because of your blasphemy, Brother Surfer has fled the stream. What do you have to say for yourself, Warhammer? Shame on you. Shame on you, you blasphemous, stuttering pedophile. You should go commit suicide in the Valley of Hinnom. You should take a trip to fucking Israel and hang yourself until your gut split open and they fall beside a horse.
You're the Brigham Young guy. You're the Brigham Young
from you remember Passion of the Christ? I'm sure you saw
You're the
Passion
one that
of the
wants
Christ.
like 5 or 16-year-old women.
Who could forget when Judas hanged himself? Who could forget that classic scene where over the Valley of Hinnom, his guts are split beside the rotting donkey? Who could forget? That was a great scene. But anyway, I think you really should join the cult of Aleph or Shin Ryoko. They can help you. They can help you get to hell a lot faster.
Nah, I'll join the Strangite thing. I really like that in the Branch Davidians.
Great.
But I consider myself a Christian.
That works really great because Warhammer, you know what? I have a feeling, and this is not a threat, by the way. I just want to clarify. I'm over that shit. I'm not going to come fuck with you. But I still genuinely believe one of these days you will get shot by someone. I believe that with your tendencies, you will one day end up shot. So you should be a Strangite because their fate was to get murdered.
I think he's already been shot by a BB gun at least once.
No, I think you're going to get murdered.
Everyone's been shot.
Yeah, but
Joseph
you see,
Smith
Joseph Smith. Yeah, Joseph Smith. Big difference. I'll tell you the difference between Strang and Smith's shooting. Right. Joseph Strang predicted that his enemies wouldn't have the balls, and he walked around insulting people, and he was walking down the dock off a ship where he'd just been like fucking eating or something. It was like one of those old-fashioned riverboat ships where you played poker and ate, like in Red Dead Redemption, one of those river barges, and he was walking down the dock all happy.
You do know the LDS Church approves of gay marriage.
Hold on, and someone shot him in the back of the head. Whereas Joseph Smith was actually killed in a Western gunfight.
If you're such a tough man, why are you cut by your bishop?
So Joseph Smith knew his attackers were going to try and kill him, and he actually died in a gunfight like a man. Unlike Strang, who died, by coward's hand, yes, but he died because he was an arrogant prick, and he was not the prophet. Strang was an interesting man and a successful Christian in many regards, probably a better man than myself.
Joseph Smith wrote an official letter saying that he was appointed by an angel.
By getting his followers killed. And the prophet does not get all of his followers killed, okay? The prophet doesn't end up with all of his followers dead. The prophet will die for his followers like Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith died for his followers, and his church is still here today.
And they were expelled from the territory.
Become any weird. Look, there's. I will not stop you from becoming more weird and low.
The LDS Church approves of gay marriage. What do you think about that?
I think that's one of your delusions, and I'm sure you truly believe that. And I'm not going to try and disavow you.
Were they standing behind you though, Shaggy, when they did that approval?
Well, yeah, but I was bent over at the time, and I couldn't see them because I was shooting. I was shouting pale.
That was providence from God.
I know.
When you were fired from your job, that was God's providence. You were being punished for your
that. I know you're full of hatred and spite for people you never met because you spent years stalking a woman.
The gospel is love. God's word is a word of love, not hate.
Let me tell you the book of John. Let me quote the book of John.
You take your right right-wing
I just want to quote.
politics and you disguise it for a religion.
Let me quote the
Your
book of John.
religion is just simply your politics under a religious veneer.
Hey, you say you're a Christian. Stop
Jesus was not a capitalist. He was not a socialist.
That's
He was
great.
not
See,
Yeah, Christians don't interrupt
Christian.
people. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, a true Christian not letting me read from the book of John. That is like, and in the book of John, John went and threatened to rape a 1-year-old baby. This being the book of John Keese. John Keese threatened to rape and murder a 1-year-old baby and stalked this woman for about 3 years, threatening to rape and murder her child. That's in the book of John Keese. And John Keese is you, Warhammer. You are John Keese because you stalked and threatened to rape a child. What do you think of that as a Christian? I denounce this. I denounced your rape of that child. I denounced you, pedophile. And in the name of the Lord, I rebuke you, pedophile, John Keese.
In the name of the Lord, I rebuke you for your polygamous actions.
I rebuke you for your, yes, my polygamous actions and what I've done to all those poor women, John. Yeah, rebuke me. Rebuke me for my sins.
You're basically a terrorist too. You're basically a terrorist.
You're basically yeah, real great banter there, retard. You don't have
threatened to kill people. You threatened to destroy property.
Welcome to the cornfield, bitch.
I rebuke all the women Shaggy fucked. I don't want sloppy seconds.
Yeah, well, you know what? The interesting thing about Alice is she's a new girl every week. That's the great thing about Alice.
Wives, dude.
Hold on, retard. Men are talking about sex.
Have you fucked your sister, dude? I mean, I know that Tux fucked his sister. Did you fuck your sister? No, you're confusing me with a different Mormon, retard. That was Tux. Different Mormon, dumbass. I know you don't know your lore, but holy shit, I can't. I don't know. You probably might engage.
It is. It just got good. The show just got good.
Yeah, didn't it? Hold on, I'm having to. This is Major Shag's control. I'm stepping through the backyard.
You would easily lose in a rap battle with Little Shimmy.
It's really dark out as fuck out here today.
Little Shimmy D jobbing down up on this ring. My motherfucker can't handle
There, I sang for you.
And not stand high with Little Shimmy, dog. Let's get it.
Oh, look what I've set off. A little bit of Major Tom to ground control, and look what I've done. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to start that tard fire.
Look at this product of Californian incest up here, dude. By the name of Shaggy.
Totally
my
dad's British. My dad's literally from a different continent than my mom. My dad and is of a different fucking race. My mom's Nordic. My dad's Celtic. So different subrace. Couldn't be less inbred. I'm a typical Welshman only in the fact that most Welshmen are basically half German from years of rape. So that's why I'm saying basically Welsh, but like German. No, not inbred.
Well, whatever, dude. You're still a polygamist, and you're still probably engaging in sodomy.
Actually, I may live in a trailer, but I don't actually live at my dad's house. I'm like, oh wait, no, your father died of shame. You live
you mean the Shaggy shithole?
What do you fucking get in this game? Do you see what they set you up for, dumbass?
I've owned a house. I have owned a house, dude. The reason it's in my mother's name is because I'm on probation.
All right, yeah,
and I don't want to fucking register that.
And you, well, how long have you held down a job? You're making fun of me.
You do know that on my probation papers, I tell them to go fuck themselves.
For more than a month, ain't you, John?
I tell them literally, I write down there to go fuck themselves. The reason you have to
acknowledge all this fucked up shit about yourself is not because you have a sense of humor. It's because you got doxxed a while back, and now everyone knows all your shit that you can't deny, you stupid retard. You spent years harassing people, and lo and behold,
can't handle real men battling rap.
Ever encounter?
Ain't got no 8-inch dick.
Yeah, your dad
ain't got no pride in being a Californian. Texan won and Ma won.
Dad's grave, so he rolls.
And so did Brittany Miller.
Grave, so he rolls.
Can't handle the rap battle in the age of Little Shimmy. This is the age of Little Shimmy, dog. You're burning in the heat. You're gonna get
You know how I wanted to fire
Are you ready to get pissing
on your father's grave, John. I want to play your music for him. I want to play it so that he rolls in his grave while I piss on him. So that your father is rolling in my piss in his coffin.
On your grandfather's grave in Wales.
The father of John Keese.
I'll piss on your grandfather's grave in Wales.
Mormon funeral.
Cum sucker. Yeah, your favorite mantra is I suck a dick, I suck a dick, I suck a dick. That's your favorite mantra.
Is it? I think that one is Daimo's favorite, actually, buddy. But go on, tell me more.
Well, you're the one that wrote a love letter to him.
Well, we are fucking.
You're the one that freaking A-logged him and talked about how much you wanted to suck his
I swear to God, it meant nothing between me and Daimo. It was just butt sex. Christian butt sex.
Forge gang!
Anyway, do you have anything funny to say, Warhead? Well, the stupid question. And I bet I'll have a stupid answer.
Yeah, is your mother a product of Wiccan inbreeding? Is your mom a product of Wiccan inbreeding?
We're Volga German. My mom was the first Wiccan in her family, same as I am the first Mormon in my family. So I followed that trend as well of deviating from my parents' faith.
Okay. So, like, why did you become a Mormon anyways? Like, what was your
Because as an ex-pagan, all right, that's a good question. I'll answer it. Because as an ex-pagan, it felt familiar. It was a form of Christianity that's very similar to paganism, and I feel like I'm at home here. I feel spiritually this is where I belong. That's why even when I get into when the church like disappoints me or does something that even hurts me, I do not betray my church because A, I believe in it, and B, I know spiritually this is the right path for me. I'd never voluntarily leave the Mormon church. I'm happy here.
So for you, it's just popularity. It's just sheer popularity, basically.
I am very
You should never tie your faith.
Again, you have not been following my lore. You have not been doing your homework, John. I have been told I cannot give testimony because I am thought of as
Tell me then,
ill,
Jeff Edivan. You don't say Joff Edivan from Concord, California.
Well, if you really want to call me by the, that's the name my father calls me by. Actually, all my friends really call me Shaggy. So if you really want to call me by the name my buddies call me fucking Shaggy. Because you're not my dad. And you sure as fuck ain't my mom.
Oh, did you know that Burger Boy's real name is Hamilton Burger? I found that out from Adonis Paul. He's actually Hamilton Burger.
Because he's fucking irrelevant. Who gives a fuck about Burger Boy? Why do you give a? I wish I.
He tried to turn me into a lolcow with Music Biz Marty.
You are a lolcow. You are the definition of a lolcow. No one can turn you into a lolcow. A lolcow defines.
Okay, how so?
Self-created.
So now there's like an inherent mystery of the lolcow.
Can I explain your category?
The mystery of the lolcow.
You came to the right
Please
person.
do.
I can give you your proper diagnosis. You are a lolcow because you are a hyper aggressive, retarded man. You are clearly like mentally ill, where you're not aware of certain shit. You have no ability to pick up on social cues, and you don't know that certain things you say and do make you look like a clown. Like
you're a pretty big spurg yourself, are you not?
Women, like when you think you're good at rap because people have told you you're good at rap, you don't realize you suck at it and they're laughing at you. Okay?
You took the lolly and shoot a shit at face level and made a big spurg out about it.
And in addition to being retarded, you're also fucking insane. In addition to being an insane retard, you're also fucking evil. You're an evil, insane
retard. You're the
retard.
one that said that you wanted to shoot up my entire family for no reason.
That's great.
Why do you want to kill my family and the family of Chan Kadoki, bro?
Mercy.
Like,
mercy
you're the one that's stocking up on weapons like some crazy
I'm a kind
religious
man,
terrorist.
John. Because I'm a kind man.
You're a religious terrorist.
They're in pain. They know they've birthed
You're
something
a prideful cultist
like,
terrorist.
Well, I'll ask you a question. In the story of Lovecraft, in Lovecraft's writings, did Wilbur Whatley's family deserve to die, or did they need to die? You're like this Lovecraftian thing that shouldn't have been.
There's no moral compass in a work of fiction.
Like, it's not that I want. It's
there
not
isn't
murder.
A moral
it's not murder.
compass
It's a
in a
mercy
work of
killing
fanfiction.
because your family lives with the knowledge that what their
yeah,
genes
but it's not
produced
inspired gospel.
That the dead end
There's
of
no
their lineage
moral
is you.
in
That
Lovecraft.
the ultimate product of their DNA
there's no moral
is you.
compass
And that
in
must
the work
be a
of fiction.
fucking nightmare.
What is your point?
What my
derailing
point
the
is,
stream
you are
and
the
deflecting
reason
from
that
the
you have
argument.
no siblings.
And you're using a straw man argument. No, that's a deflection, and you're using a straw man, and you're changing the goalpost.
No. My point is
that's
that
an
you
ad
are the
hominem
reason you have no siblings. Your parents saw
that's
you and they
an
never wanted another child. But it's accurate. I'm attacking. It's not ad hominem because I'm attacking you, dumbass. It's
ad
not
hominem
fallacy. It means attacking the person. Yeah, I'm attacking the person.
Those things are non sequitur. None of those things are not. All those things you mentioned are non sequitur.
No, the point is you're a fucking
evil,
dumb retard.
It just takes a little bit of simple logic, and you have an autistic meltdown.
You think this is about the Bible study is over, bitch? This is just me calling you a faggot. Bible study is over, motherfucker. This is just me laughing at you. Notice you ain't got no one to back you up now. Fucking
no, you're just having a big autistic meltdown like a big bitch.
Well, I'm not autistic. Are you autistic?
Do you have low-level Asperger's? Well,
no,
you look like
bipolar.
a freaking Spurg. Like you look
great,
like a typical.
Yeah, I know, but you're not a doctor. You're not
glasses,
a doctor, John. You're a retard.
That long hair and all those.
You're a retard.
You still got great fit.
Damn it, Jim, you're a retard, not a doctor. That's like Star Trek, right? No, you're not a doctor.
All over your face. You've got glasses.
You're
fit
not
the
even
perfect
Spock,
description of a Bojack.
So look, Spurg.
You're a
look, I'm just saying, do you have autism? Because I don't. I've got bipolar disorder. I ain't got no, according to them, I don't think I do. But they say I'm bipolar.
Oh, so you do admit to having a mental illness. So you do admit that you have a mental illness.
I'm traumatized. Oh, I'm traumatized as fuck. I've got obsessive compulsive disorder and other tics.
Why don't you get off drinking the alcohol and stop smoking weed and go get a job at a gas station being the janitor?
John,
you can just go down the road and get a job at a gas station.
That's such a good idea. I did it 2 weeks ago. That's such a good idea.
And quit drinking alcohol and stop smoking weed and living off your sugar daddy. You gay
I don't have a sugar daddy. I'm living off my own money. Unlike you, I'm living off my own fucking money entirely. But I'll say this to you, John. I will say this. I'm even paying for my own fucking utilities right now. Yeah, paying my own utilities. I don't leech off no one. I pay my way. And people have offered me
money. You live in the Shaggy shithole. You're a trailer park.
Well, you know, I'm not the
one. You live in the trailer park, bro. Yeah, you live in the trailer
and I'm
park.
proud. I'm trailer trash royalty. I'm trailer trash through and through. It's in my fucking DNA, motherfucker. No shame. But here's the fucking deal, Mr. Confederate, Mr.
You're incest.
Yeah,
you're a hillbilly, dude. Well, then you're an incestuous hillbilly.
You know, you can't even make up a joke based on who I am. That's not the stereotype of Mormons. It's a completely different church, you stupid sped.
You're a hillbilly. No, you're a fucking spaz.
Yeah, California hillbilly. Hillbillies are the other side of the continent. That's the Appalachians, you dumb fuck. But go ahead. Tell me what else I am.
You're an idiot.
Sure.
That's what I think.
I've stated that many times that I'm an idiot. I still think I'm smarter than you, but go ahead. What else?
Really? You can't even like deflect. All you do is deflect, and you can't even debunk my logical fallacies, dude.
What about logical fallacies? You're talking about dicks again. Here we go on about Warhammer and dicks. That's how this started. Here we are back where we began, that Warhammers need to suck dick.
Shaggy's my lolcow, dude. The truth is, the Shaggy is Ford Gang's lolcow and bitch boy.
Of course I am. Of course I am. It's not like Yiros had his hand up your ass like a puppet, and then someone else. I don't know who has his hand up your ass like a. Oh, it's esoteric Shaggyism probably. And sometimes, ironically, Surfer. I don't really like the way Surfer tolerates my trolls, but he does it. I mean, I told him I don't like that. But realistically,
how is Surfer my puppeteer? How is Surfer my puppet master?
Well, he reaches his hand up your ass, up into the space where your brain would be, right? Instead, there's like a control thing that reaches down probably to your lower spine, just puppeteers you. You don't have a fucking brain. You're a retard. He puts fucking hooks in you and then puppets you like
a marionette. That's going to be you fucking moron.
Yeah, no, I don't know how
Ethan
the fuck he does
it.
I don't fucking need a retard to fucking talk
You're
for
a
me.
gut guard for Ethan Rolfe. He's got his hand up your fucking ass with your fucking gay shit.
Yeah, I'm going hard for the gut guard.
You want to be a gut guard for Ethan Rolfe.
And you know what you are?
Ethan Rolfe is your puppeteer master.
Hey, you know what?
And you're a
The reason-
daimyo simp too. You're a daimyo simp, and you're a puppet for Ethan
Now,
Roth.
hold on. You're wrong there. Again, I'm the daimyo's arch nemesis. So, like, you don't know your lore. Maybe if you did some
No, you love the
studying on your-
daimyo.
I
He's your
know you
boyfriend.
failed. It's like, this is the
You
thing,
and
right?
daimyo want to have a gay marriage, dude.
Of course.
You want to
And we're gonna
have the
do it in
rainbow
Mormon
flag
church.
in your
Well,
shitty,
that's why
in your
I'm in the
shaggy
Mormon church.
shithole
So me and
trailer
That's
park.
a rainbow
You
flag.
want to be gay.
So me and Daimo and Surfer and Toxin are going to have a polygamous gay marriage together. See, that's what's called a joke, dumbass.
No, that's just you and the
probably think I
daimyo.
really mean that, you fucking
That's
retard.
true.
Hey,
And it's proud. And
remember-
now that
hey,
it's
Dad.
Pride Month,
hey,
We're gonna
remember
marry
when you
pretty
were
soon.
in school and you kept failing test after test because you're stupid? This is sort of like that. You're not good at this.
hey,
'cause
you
you're
remember when
stupid.
your mother was fucking her first cousin at the trailer park and drinking the incest juice of his cum? You remember that,
Tell me
bro?
more about this terrible experience from your childhood, Warhammer. Tell me more. What happened then?
Tell
What
me
did
more
Mommy do
about
then,
why you were raised. Tell me more about why you became a
What did
victim.
Mommy do then, Warhammer?
Tell me more
it's okay.
about why you
I'm
were a pagan,
I'm a
dude.
professional.
You're
I'm
not
a
a you're not a
professional,
serious
Warhammer. I can
Christian
help you.
believer, bro.
I can help
Jesus
you.
is
I can
the
help
life
you.
and the truth of the gospel, dude. And you don't believe
Trust
in
in me.
nothing about the
Place your faith
Gospels
in
of
me.
Matthew, Mark,
I'm trying
Luke,
to
or
think of how
John.
it goes. How did the song go? What was it?
You're
What was
definitely
it?
not. You don't believe in eternal salvation, do you, bro? You don't believe in nothing about Jesus, bro. You disguise your politics as your religion. Your
Really?
religion is your politics
more.
under the veil of a so-called
Is it?
religion.
Is it? Well, I didn't vote for fucking. You're not doing that quite correctly. Like, it's coming through badly.
Fuck you, Shaggy, do.
Well, I was actually gonna play something a bit funnier than the Scooby-Doo song, but I guess I'm not now. I mean, did you kick him?
Play a Hanna-Barbera intro.
No.
I
can't eat
I was actually gonna play
to eat solid food because I'm a sick, mentally retarded man that lives in the
First thing
shaggy
you've said all night. The
shithole.
first thing you've said all night. You're a sick, mentally retarded man. I agree, John Keese. You are a sick, mentally retarded man.
Mormon
Shaggy, truly am mentally
insane. I want to piss
Maybe it'll work better than what you're doing. No.
destroy personal property, and go shoot up the compound that fired me. I don't believe in lawyers. I believe in guns and bullets. Yeah.
You will never walk alone. You can always reach me. Even when you're dead and gone. Even when you're dead and gone. That's the one I wanted to play. All right, Little Sunshine. Well, I can't really do it while you guys are playing Tard Art, but like, oh well, it would have been good on my show.
Shaggy can't rap.
No, I don't rap.
He
I'm
can't
not a
rap
fucking
like
DJ.
Little Timmy.
Well, no, I definitely don't rap like Little Shimmy. I definitely ain't gonna do that. I'll tell you this. I will sooner do what Surfer did and pull my dick out and do the windmill for you than I will fucking produce that fucking gay ass Tard rap.
That's pretty fucking queer, bro. That's very Californian and queer.
Other than calling me gay, do you have anything else? That's great.
Ma won, the state of Texas won, Surfer won, and pretty much Karen Miller won too. And yeah, Little Shimmy won as well.
I hear Little Shimmy's dick doesn't work. Do you have any comment on that? Is that true?
Can't handle this freestyling rap. Can't handle it. You be noting it
Yeah,
you're losing
I thought
it.
so.
You bipolar maniac. This is manic depression. This that motherfucker taking antidepressant meds and shit, man. Freaking shaggy shithole trailer trash from California, the Californian Soviet Socialist Republic, bitch. Rest in peace, Karen Miller. Forge guy never dies!
About California.
Hold on.
Californian.
Yeah. You are the gay blade, I guess. That's your villain name, Warhammer? I guess that's what we're gonna call you. The gay. You're not a Warhammer, you're a gay blade. Apparently Warhammer ain't much of a Warhammer at all. He's a gay blade.
Yeah, well, at least I have a cooler
No,
name.
now it's talking about the
Shaggy.
Daimo, the sneaky samurai. No, we're not talking about the Daimo cartoon, Shaggy. We're talking about the gay blade. He calls himself a Warhammer, but he's really a gay blade.
Now that's gonna be you, nigga. Nigga, that's gonna be you, man.
No, cartoon Shaggy.
You're
says
telling me
gay.
that Mormons endorse
Look,
gay marriage?
I often
Warhammer,
consult.
the Mormons endorse gay marriage. Let's hear more about this.
Well, look, I often could like
the LDS Church, yeah.
No, you'll love this. Like Warhammer, you'll love this. You're autistic, just like Rick.
It is true. The LDS Church has approved of gay marriage.
Well, here's the deal, right? You do watch Rick and Morty, right? You do watch Rick and Morty. I basically, yeah, right. Well, I'm basically this timeline's Shaggy, and I consult myself from other timelines. And the cartoon timelines version of me says that you're actually, in his timeline, you're actually called the gay blade. So that's what I'm going to call you from now on.
Doraemon has a better time travel paradox than Rick and Morty, actually.
Well,
Doraemon has a much better time paradox.
I was actually, that was an elaborate way to call you a faggot. I know you're not going to get that because of your tism, but I don't actually
Yeah, but you live in a blue state. I live in a red state.
Like, I'm not.
I live in a red Republican state. You live in a blue Democrat state. That says enough.
I mean, yeah, but I'm just confused as to why they haven't executed you yet.
Man,
They're supposed to
Mr. Mr. Moron Shaggy.
Shaggy didn't explain the game.
I don't know. I don't know what his thing about Mormons and gay marriage. I've never heard that. That certainly hasn't been told to me.
Is it possible you haven't learned it yet? Is there like one more secret that you gotta
I'll
learn?
tell you that. Let me make this clear. If the church embraces gay marriage, I'm going to, at that point, I will leave the church. I will disavow the church and leave.
Well, there's Tux. He's openly trans. He's a Mormon.
Great example, retard.
I can't eat no solid food right now.
I posted a link in the private chat.
I'm gonna get up and walk away from the computer and go get a soda.
Is this my two favorite friends online?
Oh, hey, Yiros, what's up?
Hey, buddy, how you going?
Are you here to pilot the Warhammer?
I'm not your puppet, bro. Okay, Yiros, I'm not someone to be manipulated and pushed around.
Yeah, you are. That's literally your role.
Well, then why are you a gunt guard for Ethan Rolfe?
Because he's based.
Ethan Rolfe is the biggest king on the internet. He's the only one who can produce content of substance, and then everybody else is a parasite off him.
Like, he's sure he literally fucking lives at, like, he's the successful version of PPP. Like, he doesn't have,
correct.
Like he doesn't have girls online send him pictures with their head in the toilet. He eats the poop directly from the asshole.
Shaggy lives in a trailer park.
Shaggy, are you gonna make some more poop bombs?
Yes, I've got a poop bomb working in my toilet right now. And any moment, I'm going to detonate it.
You got a lot of piss jugs?
I literally, I know there's a way.
You need a lot of fertilizer. If your dad's, got a garden, you can get a lot of fertilizer.
Yeah, I know. I do have cow fertilizer, but I'm not actually making fucking bombs. Like, it would be a nice hobby, but I just don't fucking see any practical use for it, and there's just too much trouble involved in it. I've looked into the laws in California, and holy fuck, no, you cannot be an explosives hobbyist around here.
Shaggy,
You can make
Shaggy,
your own
were you
separatist
contacted by the
movement, but you
FBI?
can't make a bomb.
No, I just looked up some basic laws on the internet. I was not contacted by the FBI.
Yiros, I'm sorry that I doxed you, bro. I was wrong to do that. I just wanted
Like,
to
it's
say
obviously illegal to be a terrorist. I don't know if it's illegal to be like an explosives hobbyist. I don't know what the law is. And apparently in California, blatantly illegal. Other states, you can do it if you're harmless. But in California, nah, you can't even build a bomb out of your own shit and detonate it in a field that you can entirely own. They'll arrest you even for that. So
where'd they make that little communist state? Was that in California or was that in Seattle? You remember that?
Aren't you going to move to Vegas, Shaggy?
I'm trying. I really do want to move to. That's my dream. I would love.
Fuck yeah! Can we do a Shaggy meetup? I'll fly over.
Let's
go to the casino.
Gayifornia, dude.
You know what? I'm
freaking
pretty sure
Gayifornia.
that my dad would help me to get out there if I tell him it's like a church related thing, which it kind of is if we can get Surfer to go along.
Tell him it's a spiritual quest and you're going there to heal your soul.
I'd really only like
it could be like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
I'd do that if we could get some other characters to come along.
Can somebody help me eat some solid food? I'm starving.
Yeah, no, not Warhammer. Like clearly not John Keese. I don't kick it with pedophiles. But if we could get Surfer to come
Shaggy,
with us,
come on now.
if we could get, you could come with Ghost. I mean, I'm actually interested in hearing some of the shit you have to say on the Christian identity movement. But if we could get the Daimo to come, that would be pretty cool. If we could get
Why do you sound like Scuff Norm MacDonald?
Like what?
Why do you sound like Scuff Norm MacDonald?
Because
is
God
that like is that a conscious affectation or is that just what you sound like?
I think you just want to blow
God gave me a huge dick and a really shitty
strap bombs
voice,
to myself.
Right? Like no one gets a fucking perfect
Imagine
role. Like
making
some people get lucky.
Shit.
But
Poverty 101.
I don't know. If you enjoy sounding like some sort of fucking stand-up comedian, then
no, my voice is fucking horrible. I hate the way my voice sounds. Now that I actually know what it sounds like, I think it's one of my worst features. But
well, thank you for bending the knee.
Shaggy shit his pants when he listened.
Well, you
to
state an obvious fact. I'm not going to tell you that I've got a voice like an angel. That would be fucking.
Oh yeah, I'm not like you. Obviously, I'm stating obvious facts, but like you accepted that it was a fact, though, didn't you?
To be fair here, you don't exactly sound like Freddie Mercury yourself, there, buddy.
Whoa,
I wouldn't want to sound like Freddie Mercury any more than I want to sound like Norm MacDonald.
It's just an expression in California. It's not really related to how I feel about how Freddie Mercury.
We should all just sound like ourselves, you know.
Hey, yeah, Shaggy, no, I've got a pretty
calm down, bro.
At least when I talk, people know it's me. It's not like Rand and EJ where you can't tell which the fuck of them is which when they talk. Apparently, Australians have like three different. Like.
Hey, Shaggy, I got some information you might want to learn, buddy.
What's up?
I found out the name of Chauncey's 3 kids. Have you heard about this? I
don't want to know that. I don't want, like, Chauncey has not gone IRL with me, and I don't, he doesn't have kids. Chauncey doesn't have kids.
He's been hanging out with furries on Discord, so he's fair game.
Don't do it.
Well, basically, he's got 2 boys and a girl. There's John.
No.
There's Michael, and the girl's name's Kelly. They're beautiful kids, though.
Oh, that's lovely. That's fucking lovely. I guess Chauncey definitely wins this time, doesn't he?
Well, gonna have to disavow that, Yiros.
What do you mean?
I mean, he's less gay than you are, so.
Well, I mean, I do fuck the Daimo and Surfer, so I'm pretty gay, but I don't go after
kids. That's
kids.
Pretty lame. I guess somebody says he docks kids, and then you sit there and spit out names of people's kids. Like, what the fuck, dude? They were my kids. He'd be dead in about 6 weeks.
No, they're not real kids. They're not real. They're not real.
If I had
that's
kids
not
and
what-
somebody spit their fucking name out over here, I'd fucking start calling up thugs and motherfuckers would be hurt.
Well,
real
I'm
bad.
gonna go
They're
to
not-
Chunky
that's-
Cum
that's
Snacks
toxic.
hometown
That's
and
not.
post.
It's a joke.
shit.
They're not kids. It's just
off.
Chauncey is being revealed as a massive faggot. No children have been harmed during the making of Chauncey
okay.
being a
This
massive
makes
Yeah,
sense.
faggot.
I mean,
not
it's a
cool
bit
for
rich.
the
A guy
kid.
comes from a
Child's
religion
play.
that kind of
Shaggy,
avows child marriage,
will
calling
you
other people
confess?
faggots.
Will you confess?
Wait,
to,
I thought this was a doxing
to
string.
Karen Miller.
Look, I didn't kill Karen Miller. I fucked her after she was dead. Okay.
Whoa, buddy.
Whoa, Shaggy. And then you put her in the Delta, or was she already in the Delta at that point?
No. Then Drama Llama came over and he had seconds.
So
No,
you're
he
doing
only likes them
seances.
after they've rot a bit. After like Paranormal Drama Llama likes to fuck them after like I like them fresh, like just after you snap the neck. But Drama Llama, he likes to let the ants have at him first. He likes to let the.
Where
when
is
the
he
ant-
anyway? He
when
died.
when the ants get at the corpse, that's when Paranormal Drama creeps along to fuck him.
And
That's
this
how
is
he likes his meat.
this is according to Joseph Smith, correct?
Of course. Why
Do
not?
you have any substantial proof about this pedophile?
Anyone else find it funny that Shaggy's still swinging off fucking llama's nuts and Dymo's nuts? Because, you know,
That's totally the dynamic.
because like
That is
like
totally
Shaggy
the
was
dynamic.
that
there,
dark
Spaz. You
ninja like
couldn't be
fucking
more
Dymo
right.
glow.
You couldn't be more right. That's exactly how. You know, this dude next to me
Absolute
You
probably
killed
fucking
Karen
punks.
Miller.
had,
You're
had
a punk,
nothing.
bro.
You
nothing to
murdered
do
Justice for
with
Karen
Karen
Miller,
Miller.
Madman Shaggy.
Justice for Karen
Why'd you
Miller.
kill
You say that I'm a
Karen Miller,
retard,
Shaggy?
but your name is
Hashtag.
Madman.
Oh, this
Madman.
is where
Hashtag
this
justice
is where
for
Warhammer
Karen
gets his
Miller.
back up in the retards.
Keep bending them knees, bro.
Oh yeah, I'm really bending the knees, Spaz. That's what's
Your
going
name
on
is
here.
Madman Shaggy, and you say that you're bipolar.
No, I say I was diagnosed with that. I don't agree with the
No.
diagnosis.
See.
Now that I'm a counselor, I am the greatest. I
If
am the
you want to
greatest
go like
authority on
deep
psychology
Mormon
in
law,
this chat.
bipolar just
And
means that
as the
he fucks
greatest
two
master
children
of
instead of one.
psychology, now
Okay.
hush, Baz, hush. As the sanest person here, I hereby declare myself the king of sanity.
Hey, isn't
Not just the
Area,
sanest,
isn't
the most
Area
handsome and
51
the
in
most
Oh, sir, ain't the king of
Yes, of
sanity?
course,
Vegas
of course
area?
it is.
You're the
Yes,
king of the
yes.
madman.
All true.
You
Yes,
are the
of
mad
course,
king.
of course.
Mad
Yes.
King John.
Where
Yes,
where's
yes,
Area
excellent.
51 at, guys?
Excellent. Yes, of course.
Where's
yes.
Area 51 at?
Yes. Yes, the answer is yes. Yes.
So Shaggy,
You,
like
sir,
you
are
know,
no
like you work
Caesar.
with kids and that.
Just
And
say
if you
yes.
were
Like,
a
look,
Caesar,
like,
you would be
like,
like
Come on, you got wait.
can
You
I
guys
see
all
some?
played
Can I
Far
see?
Cry,
Can
right?
I see some?
And you
Can
guys,
I
you know,
see? Can I see a CRB
Oh,
check,
John.
please? Because I
Yiros
don't think
Mc.
you should be working with
Hey.
children.
He's finding us a future. Yeah, he's teaching us the way. Oh, John.
Everyone I don't like
You
is a
remember that
pedophile.
right? We all played that video game. We all played that video game. We all played.
What
so you remember
video
what the
game?
moral of that lesson was? Well, Far Cry 5.
Eric
And
the
moral of
Ghost
that
was
lesson-
Oh, that's
smelted.
the
He
game.
became Eric the
No,
Frog.
the
Mormon
last-
Shaggy was
Yes.
smelted
Last
the
Far
forge,
Cry
and now he's
Yes.
Madman.
Far Cry
The
Primal,
answer is
punks, man.
yes, my
because it was
friend.
about
You're a
cavemen
fucking
and
punk.
stuff. I
These
thought that was
Yes.
are the
pretty cool.
results of being
Yes.
smelted.
I never
Yes.
played Far Cry 5.
Yes. Yes. Hold on.
Shaggy, did
I
you
want
You're a
see what
punk,
Matt
bro.
Perry to get on.
You're a
Warhammer
fucking
rumors
punk.
that the Mormons do it
Hold on.
endorse homosexuality.
Far Cry
It looks
Primal
like-
really used a lot
I
of
know.
the
Hold on.
aspects
I'm
from
gonna get some backup.
like other
You called in
Ubisoft
some backup.
games,
I want to see if I can get some
like
backup
Assassin's
here too.
Creed and
No,
stuff
I'm your
like that.
backup, Shaggy. What are you
the
talking
high
about?
The
priest,
proof that
I only
Shaggy is a
You're right,
confirmed
you're right.
fan of Peter Townsend, but it's just
Yeah,
research.
let's
It's
see.
just
There we go.
research,
I
bro.
think yes, here we go. Matt Berry, ladies and
Or
gentlemen.
you're Drama Llama, Spaz.
What? Who's dropped?
Hi, Chauncey, that's correct, buddy. I want the cops to come in and
Well, I don't know who drama
flashbang
is.
your baby.
Oh shit, it's toxic.
Yes.
Tree Master
Yes!
Bob says Area
Yes!
51 is at Area 51, but isn't it
Yes!
in like the same area
Yes!
as like Las Vegas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why Shaggy gay though?
Shaggy says it is.
Yes.
So
Why
if
is
you
he
go
gay,
to
though?
Las Vegas, you
Yes!
probably go into Area 51.
Yes.
I mean, you can keep shouting, bro. Like,
There's a lot of UFO activity in
you can keep shouting.
Las Vegas.
More of a faggot.
I'm sorry, am I
Shaggy.
coping and seething? Am I coping and
Shaggy.
seething? You guys
Come on,
are talking
go.
about
No,
me
no,
and
come on,
yelling
because I've got
how much
neighbours.
I'm
Keep
a
your voice
faggot. I
down.
was just saying yes.
Shut up, you cunt.
Coffee
I was
says
just
yes.
enjoying a bit of Matt Berry. The
Coffee
comical
says
stylings
yes.
of the coast of London, ladies and gentlemen.
Shaggy, just a quick
Shaggy,
question.
here's the link that Warhammer sent. Look at the link, Shaggy. It
Look at the
affirms that
link,
the
please.
leader is
And while you
saying
do
that
that, can
gay
you
is
tell
real
us
in the
which
Mormon,
of
the Mormon church. Is that what
Shaggy,
more
which-
men means?
Any
More
church
men?
that gets
Hey,
like
hey, come on.
501(c),
No one
right?
here is
Like,
trying to
they're pretty
argue
screwed.
against
Hey,
child
guys,
marriage.
look,
Come on.
look,
501(c)
Let's
I
not
only have
churches
gay
ties
sex
to
let's not
Israel,
throw
right?
the baby out
So,
with the
Guys,
bridesmaid.
please
Let
help
the guy
Come on.
feed
know.
me some
We're
Let
solid
all
the
if
about
guy
you're
know.
marrying
going to a
children.
starving
Of course we
jack.
501(c)
are, bro.
church, then you're
No,
supporting,
no,
the
it's just
state
you
of
in it,
Israel.
Shaggy.
I can't hear what any of you idiots are saying. You
The
guys are
thing
all
is,
so
he comes
obsessed
from a
with dating.
religion that avows
You
child
dumbasses are
brides,
all so
but
obsessed
he
with
is
dating
unmarried.
based on Shaggy that you're felting each
Oh
other because I
no.
can't hear any
Oh
of these
no.
dumbasses.
He couldn't even groom himself a wife.
Shaggy, just quickly, just
I'm
a quick
sorry, were you
question.
saying how you like to groom wives? What was that? Forge Gang grooms their wives? I don't groom anyone. Is that a thing?
That's-
Forge
that's
Gang?
correct.
You've been raised to believe that it's okay to have a child bride, and yet you ain't got a bride, have you?
Let's go.
You were raised to believe.
Is it because children look at you and just say,
But you heard it here,
and
guys.
just they can see the Werther's originals like flowing out of your eyeballs? Like they know, bro.
Just a question. Aren't you a fat fuck with stubby little arms and one of those soy beards? I think I saw a picture of you once. You're a fat fuck, right?
Yeah.
Oh, deafening silence. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. No one cares what you have to say in here. Just
To
like
be
you
honest,
will.
I pictures Spaz as being very handsome.
Motherfucker, I've seen pictures of you, and I swear to God, I will have a fucking harem of porn
I can't
stars
eat
before
no
you fucking lose
solid
your
food
virginity,
right
motherfucker.
now, and I
Well,
live
yeah,
in
but I mean,
the
you say you say you can get a harem of porn stars,
live
but
in
like
the
what you
Shaggy
consider
Shack.
porn,
Before
like the
you
rest
will
of
lose
us
your
consider,
virginity, what I say is that
you know,
before I fucking
I'm having a
shit's off
bipolar
limits.
meltdown.
I will have a bigger harem of porn stars.
When he says he's getting a harem, what he means is like the fucking
Shaggy wants
the Mormon safe house that he works in. Like he's gonna groom those little.
Is it a harem of
He's gonna groom those little.
Is it a harem of dead women, bro?
Or do you hate them from the south? Which is it? Do you hate them from
fag.
the north? Or do
As
you hate
long
them
as
from the
they're
south? Tell me
deceased,
which
it
one
doesn't
it is,
matter.
buddy.
The great
Right?
Tell me which
guns
one
of
it is,
the
mate.
north and the great
Tell me
guns
which
of
one
the
it is,
south.
chap. Come
The
on,
Damio is my boyfriend. It's Pride Month, and we're
I'm
gonna get married,
American, so
and
I
he's gonna
can't tell
feed
the
me
difference,
some
and I don't
solid
give a fuck.
food.
But are you an Aussie or are you a Brit? My dad could probably tell. Are you an
Damio,
Orange?
Shaggy,
please
as
give
the
me some
last living
solid
descendant
food.
of Robert Frost,
Rescue
should
me,
know this.
Damio.
Why the fuck would I know anything just because of who my ancestors were? And I'm the last living male
I
descendant of that
descend
family.
from Trailer Park royalty.
Shaggy, which of your favorite Warhammer streams, the ones where you covered all the deaths of Dragon Ball Z characters, which one did you enjoy the most?
Yeah, good
Didn't watch
question.
any of them. So I'd have to say the one I didn't watch,
death
which
of
was all of them.
Right.
I
the
didn't
death of
watch them
Cell
all
was really
equally.
good.
I
These
didn't watch
fucking
them all
punks. He don't even know about what's that fucking blackface guy in Dragon Ball Z, and
all
he don't even enjoy that.
Come on, trademark
now.
quality of being absolute dog shit.
The
that you can't
blackface
fucking
guy
watch.
was like one of the strongest ones in like the whole thing.
I mean, I
You're
kind of
too much
wish
of a
that
to show your face.
is that these idiots, these
You're
retards,
too much of a
all
pussy
actually
to show your
play
face
Warhammer
on your
Fantasy.
streams anymore.
Like, what sort of fucking vegetable?
Show your
would watch
face, Shaggy, you
Imagine
pussy.
being a cuck
Go on,
fictitious.
Is this true here, Shaggy?
Go on,
Is this comment true?
Get him.
Say what? Yeah,
The headline,
yes,
it says a Mormon church.
that we oppose same-sex marriage. Yeah, that's what it says. That we're
And
anti-gay marriage.
Shaggy,
Warhammer's illiterate.
doesn't your most recent
Yeah,
prophet,
but
he condones the
like,
vax? He wants everyone to
you're
get
trying to say that
vaxxed?
you oppose same-sex marriage, but
Yeah,
I'm
I
pretty
did that.
sure
He did condone the vax,
I'm
and
pretty
it pissed me
sure
off
you're in
because it's
favour
physical.
of underage marriage. So it's okay to fuck someone
Guys,
in the
you're not
butt
funny.
as long
You're
as they're a
painfully
female.
unfunny, and you're just
Right?
distracting people. You're not funny.
Shaggy,
You're not
the
funny.
Mormons suck. A lot of, like, all the 501c churches suck, bro.
That's cool, dude. That's cool. Do they suck, bro?
Shaggy, the
Yeah,
thing with
they
this
suck.
though,
It
Because,
sucks,
like,
dude.
you know, if the
Yo,
if they're
bro.
501c, then
Dude.
they're giving their tithes
Whoa.
and some of their money to Israel.
Sovereign citizen rights, baby.
Please.
I'm a free man on
Are
the
you
land.
saying like the church is corrupt? Well, like,
Yeah,
whoa, dude.
yeah, like
maybe,
all of them.
like, yeah,
Like,
maybe
you
like all
probably
the churches are
shouldn't, you
corrupt.
know, trust worldly
All
institutions.
denominations have been appropriated by the devil.
Look, that's great. If I leave Mormonism, it's not going to be because of anything that happens here.
Okay, well, we're not asking you to. Hopefully, Christ will lead you to that, bro, in your heart.
I thought
Shaggy,
you
I
were
just want
faithful
us to
to
all
your
go to
Mormon.
Vegas so we can have a boys' trip.
A what?
A boys' trip to Vegas.
Oh, that would be yeah. If we can get Surfer, if you and let's see who else would go on that shit. Well, Ethan Ralph.
PPP.
Get Ralph there.
I would probably go on the trip.
Let's go get drunk with Ethan Ralph. That sounds like a lot more fun than hanging out with these
Hammer will
retards.
come. Hammer
Oh,
will
come on,
come as
bro.
well. Chauncey can bring his kids. It'll be a
Warhammer.
fucking good time.
Let me ask you something. I know I'm the Mormon, but do you even drink? I know I'm sober right now. As it happens, I'm currently abstinent and completely sober. But
And I'm
I'm
proud
just
of you,
wondering,
Shaggy.
Warhammer, if you were in fucking Las Vegas, what's the worst sin you'd even commit? Because the same reason I wouldn't really want to hang out with Jersh on the beach and smoke weed, I really wouldn't want to hang out with you on the strip and watch you act like a retard in front of strippers.
Can we see your 38, Shaggy?
Is that
Can we see it on camera?
Is that
I
supposed
never
to
got to see
38.
it.
Okay, so yeah.
Shaggy,
no,
are
the
you
church does not
concerned
want me
about the
doing
San
that.
Andreas fault?
San Andreas? No, I think if God destroys California, even if I die, it's a good thing.
But I mean, like, are you concerned about the San Andreas fault line, bro?
No, if God destroys California and I die, it's still a good thing.
If there's a massive, like, earth-shattering earthquake that breaks off California, what do you think will happen, dude?
Everyone here will die, and it will be like God's judgment on California. For
Would
the bad
you
shit
would you prefer that or like North Korea, like nuking y'all?
I would prefer it if the San Andreas fault broke, because that would be God rather than the North Koreans, and people would take it as a sign from God.
Well, you ain't got to worry about the North Koreans, you know, right? So just
Shaggy,
worry about
if
that
you were to
San
move to
Andreas fault
any
line,
third
bro.
world country,
Get
which
out
third world
of
country would you move to?
California. God is going to smite California, bro.
So this has been really fun, but like I'm kind of.
Please
You're gonna
feed
call
me
you
solid
to the point
food,
where,
Daniel. I'm
Yeah,
starving.
you know what?
Meh.
That would be rude. I'm not gonna run away. I'm gonna let Warhammer crown himself king. Warhammer, I'm tired of dealing with your retardation.
Get
I'm
dunked
about
on,
to
you
leave.
autistic
I'm
faggot.
gonna here. Let me coronate you, Neil, and I'm going to coronate you, Neil. Oh no, I
You're an
just
autistic
decapitated.
faggot.
The moment you did it,
Oh,
No,
the King
you're
of
an
the
autistic
Forge,
faggot.
the King of the
decapitated,
Forge, the
decapitated
King of the
outright.
Forge, the King of the Forge, the King of the
Well,
Forge,
yeah, of course he
the King
needs
of
to
the
kneel. I'm the
Forge,
high
the
priest.
King of the
I
Fucking
Forge,
Forge
the
gang.
King of the Forge, the King of the Forge, the King of the
What was that,
Forge.
Warhammer? I
And
didn't
he
hear.
really thinks it's a win. Look, like I you know what? I'm not going to take it away. Yes, Warhammer, you won, and to all the autistic children in Forge Gang, because Warhammer, of course, isn't hanging out with kids in
Chauncey's
there.
children are autistic.
Oh,
and they're
Chauncey
in the
especially won. Chauncey definitely won. Hanging out with kids in a pedo server. Chauncey won big
Oh,
time.
Shaggy.
Great job.
Chauncey is fine. Chauncey is
One
fine.
for Shaggy, one Shaggy is obviously
You
six
know what?
faggot.
Why do you just randomly call people
Because if
people?
you really consider
that's why they're
You're so
here.
full of
They're
shit.
here to defend their
You
friend.
want
Are
to
you guys
support
all-
polygamy and
you
plural
guys
marriage,
all
but
see
you
about
I don't
hate
even know what
people.
full gang is, but I'm
You
sure
contradict
it's
yourself so many
and
times.
Shaggy.
They're
I mean, there is
thieving and
some
coping,
secret.
ladies and
They do
gentlemen.
wear white
But
shirts.
no, don't
Spaz, all
thieve.
you
Don't
gotta do is
thieve.
How
just
about
shop
you go get a
Forge
job at a
Gang
gas
and you're in
station
Forge
down the
Gang.
road?
Guys,
PPP
it's okay. It's okay. Chauncey may be a pedophile, but Forge Gang wins. Forge Gang wins.
Forge Gang won.
Chauncey may be a pedophile, but like, you know, you're
Yeah,
all
Warhammer.
pedophiles. and
You
Forge
can't
Gang
just say
winners
that
and
about
Forge
Chauncey,
Gang,
bro.
You're all
You
a
can't
bunch.
just say that
You know
about
what?
Chauncey.
You know what? Yeah.
Shaggy,
Chauncey,
what's your
Chauncey
favorite?
wins because he plays against kids. Yeah.
Chauncey won,
It's
bro.
easy to
Chunky
win
cum
when you
snap
play with
one.
children.
Shaggy,
it's easy
who
to
was your
play when you
favorite
when you play with
underage wife
large
of Joseph
children.
Smith?
But you know what?
Can I get some
played with you
screwdrivers in the chat?
long
Because,
enough.
you know.
I really do want to go and.
Can we get some screwdrivers for Toxic?
You know, I just. I'm trying to think of
Shut up,
literally
Shaggy.
anything,
No one's
but I
listening.
don't have an
Nobody cares.
excuse. I don't
You're,
have an excuse.
you're an
Like,
autistic faggot. Be quiet.
all right, yeah, okay. Spaz, has
You
there
need
ever
some
been a point in
solid
history where
food,
you said
Shaggy.
anything that's been remotely as funny as what I was going to say?
Jesus
Shut
Christ.
the fuck up. Shut the
Yeah,
fuck
but I
up.
haven't
If you
even
think
got to
I'm
make
that
jokes
much
on you,
of a
though.
spaz,
like,
no,
You need
but
go
you're
crack
a
on,
fat
bro.
fucking
Stuff
retard.
down your
Like, I'm
throat.
sure I can dig up the picture of you and just fucking laugh.
Maybe
at
the
you.
daimyo can feed you some solid food. He can
You
feed
know,
you
maybe
some baby
Spaz,
food.
maybe one day I'll do that because you were stupid enough to show me what you look like because you thought I was
Does
that
your
low
dad
level.
feed you baby food, Shaggy? Since you can't.
Do you honestly think I care?
Yeah, I think you do. I think your entire life
Yeah,
is
see,
motivated
I
by the
mean,
fact
I
that you're a
don't, I
fat
don't have to
stunted dwarf
fucking
who
hide
can't
like
get
you
laid.
do it?
You know, you're a fat stunted dwarf who can't get laid. You look like
Yeah,
you
but
know,
you're not
and
putting your camera on because like everybody can see that you're an autistic faggot if you do that.
I'm gonna give you another revelation. Revelation: your voice is as annoying as
Shaggy, is this the White Horse Prophecy?
No, the White Horse Prophecy is when I defend Queen of
Hashtag the
Spades
quickening.
looking like an. Oh no, that's the Whiteknight Prophecy. Never mind. Look, I've got to go. You get like toxic.
Nice day, Shaggy.
Yeah, you're on leave.
All right,
Shaggy,
so
you're the
Toxic-
man. Fuck
Toxic,
Mormonism,
All
bro.
right,
Mormonism lost.
See you later,
Mormonism, bro.
Shaggy won.
Go back to your
Christ
the
won,
shithole and
bro.
have your
Christ
dad
Christ
baby
won.
feed
Jesus
you.
won. Let's
Go
Go back to your
go.
dad
don't
spoon
care.
feeding you with baby food.
Mormonism
go
taking loads right now.
somewhere over there. I don't know. My point is,
You
is
said
that
50.
He can't show his face because he has a dick in his mouth right now. That's why he sounds like
You
that.
guys know Cyrax? Toxic, you know Cyrax. Each
Hey,
one
Bob
of these
gets it.
retards is Cyrax
Yeah.
in their own right. Like Spaz here, if you see what he looks like,
Oh,
you know
no,
Spaz.
yeah. Why are you
Get
bringing
to
up
know
Cyrax when he ain't here,
any of
mate?
these. Oh yeah,
Hey,
no, you're
bro,
exactly
yeah.
like Cyrax. You guys are like
Don't
demi-rats.
talk about people that aren't here, bro.
Yeah, no,
That's
you got
kind of rude.
and with that, I bow. I take my bow. And
That
I
weirdo
leave.
can't
I
defend
need these
himself right now.
spoon-fed baby powder.
Run away,
Somebody
you
please
autistic
spoon feed
fucking
me baby
retard.
powder.
Yeah.
I can't eat solid
Goodbye.
food right now.
Goodbye.
You're a bellend,
See,
mate.
Shaggy won.
Goodbye. Farewell, bro.
Goodbye, faggots.
It was a fucking fun
Goodbye,
stream,
nigga.
Shaggy. You gotta admit.
It was
I am a
fun.
looker, that is
Like,
true.
Oh, Shaggy
Shaggy's being too hard on himself. Shaggy's being too hard on himself,
Yeah.
man.
Looks like Texas is
He
more
gets a little
based than
emotional. I was
California.
hoping to see a 38, but he won't let us
Texas
now.
won.
Dude,
Well,
if I had a
fuck, man.
38, I'd
Texas
be pulling it out
won.
tonight, being like, "Fuck you guys, I'm gonna kiss you
Texas
now."
won.
I'd be a dick with it right now.
Well, I'm
I
gonna go
thought
then because
Warhammer
if Shaggy's
could
not
fucking fuel the
here,
fire a little
much
bit.
like
Shaggy
Ethan
doesn't
Ralph, if
understand that
Shaggy's
he
not
did
here,
internet
there's
gold
no
when
fun
he
to be
did
had. Shaggy won.
Yeah.
Shaggy won. Chauncey
Shagster.
lost. John, Michael, and Kelly lost.
That was pretty
I'm
funny,
gonna-
damn it.
I'm gonna go stream
Thank
like
God
an hour
Surfer
of
gave us that
Shinmu.
great song.
It's probably all I'm gonna do is just go stream an hour of Shinmu, bro. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'll talk to you
That's
guys
funny
later.
shit.
So.
All
right, man. Thanks for coming by.
Let's go. Later, guys. Later, chat. God bless.
All right, cool. Well, I think we'll call that
All
a night, guys. Warhammer, have a good one. I got to go kill some fucks with my video game. Not for real, just, video game killing. But that was some fucking good fun. We'll play this song again.